How's it going, folks? How is everybody doing on this fine, excuse me, fine Thursday? Haven't had to use my voice for the last hour or so. I realize that, there's this crazy thing that people do sometimes when they talk, before they talk, particularly when they're about to record it, where they warm themselves up. But I don't, that's preparing for things. That's like nerd shit. We don't want to get into that. We're pretty cool around here. We're into all the hippest, all the most masculine and serious adult of things. We certainly don't stream ourselves painting little plastic men 3 days a week. That doesn't sound like us at all. Ah, man, oh man, oh man. Yeah. We were gonna do a little bit of 3D sculpting today, but it's been kind of touch and go with my Thanksgiving plans. But as of today, the plans are confirmed. I will be having guests next week. I will be getting in some games, which I am excited about. We're gonna get to play some games. I don't know if we're gonna... I think we're gonna try to stream a game. We're gonna do like a test stream. It won't be scheduled any more than like a day ahead of time, and I'll try to let everybody know on the Discord before we go on, but it's just going to be like a tech and stress test. Nothing particularly organized, just myself and Hethrir playing something, making sure the cameras are working, making sure everything streams clearly to Twitch, kind of playing with the overlays. So if you want to be here for that sort of experimental, what's the word? Half-assed experience, keep an eye on the Discord. I'll let you guys know. Time stop, it's good to see you. Kursala, as always. Ren, how you doing today? Roland just folded space from Ix. Oh, that's not Roland, that's a fucking Tylaxu, what do they call them, face dancers? Yeah. Just because I have 2 subs. I'm witness because Kursala ain't here yet. Oh, shit. Oh, for your this just in. No, I got you, Cav Tankerus. I'm looking forward to seeing what you posted, man. Kellis, a very good evening to you as well. It's a Roland Gola. Goland, if you will. Oh, how is everybody doing today? It's been a bit of a wild week for me. I guess not that wild, I just, man, Tuesday was rough. I haven't been taken down by my sinuses like that in a long time, and I was thinking, like I had this revelation as I was lying there on various allergy medications, that I said it on the Discord, I live on a dirt road, and, that sucks, Roland. Fuck, man. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. We live on a dirt road, and the county comes out and, like, they spray this weird polymer plastic agent on the road to, like, solidify it, and it gives it this really nice surface after it cures for a day or so. But then they come out every few months after that, and they grade it, like, grind off the top surface, and I think that might be horrifically bad for me. Because I'm starting to correspond, like, when they did that the last time, I also had problems. I think they're just blasting my sinuses full of plastic dust. And, it's actually a little concerning, to the point that I might contact the county about that and be like, are you sure? Are you sure that's a good idea? Maybe you could not do that? Also, as much as I like the road being nice and firm, it also lets everybody who lives down the road for me, they just decide, well, we're gonna go like 80 miles an hour on this road where the speed limit is 40 and people live right next to it now. Because they can. Like, the moment they're not rumbling on the dirt road, they just... And it's... Oh, I hate it so much. I hate it so much. I got cats, people. I got cats and other outside animals. I don't need you going by quite so fast. I'm starting to sound like an old man. You know what I'm gonna do? You say landmines, Roland, but I think the tried and true method is I need to just stand outside with a cane and shake it at them. It's effective, right? Nearly beat Fireteam Elite. Vague instructions at end didn't help. What did they get you on the last campaign of Fireteam Elite? WJ is without a doubt my favorite. the one where you go into the alien hive, and like I'm keeping an eye out for their seasonal release like DLC and expansions, and like I really, really want them to add another campaign with more alien hive stuff. I don't agree with people that you should have like a boss fight with the alien queen. I don't know, that was like... Everybody wants a big boss fight with the alien queen. I feel like you should really save that for later DLC. Keep it a bit more tantalizing till then. Keep her a bigger threat. Of course, they blow her up at the end of that campaign too, so I don't know. Who the hell knows where that game's going? That's right, Ren. That's right. She needs to be punched out by the fucking power loader, which I really hope that they introduce the ability to use a power loader at some point in that game. Yeah, pun expected. That's the feeling I'm getting from it, is like, I doubt they'd be using the stuff if it was like proven toxic. Like, I don't think they probably could, but like, I got a nose itch right now. I've had this all week. It got really, really bad on Tuesday, but it hasn't fully gone away. It's just not debilitating today. I've seen pictures of that one WJ, the Super Queen. They used a lot of stuff from the Dark Horse comics, so it actually wouldn't surprise me if they did that. I'm definitely curious. Designing Dune-themed forces for Strato's Hard War game. Nice, Roland. You saw that Hardware Studios has, not to be confused with Hard War, but Hardware, has ornithopters. Like, really, really good-looking ones. I haven't printed one yet. I've got one ready. My Mars has just shit the bed. I don't know what's going on with it. I'm down to one resin printer right now, and I'm strongly considering just going in on a Mars 3. Strongly considering it. Only if you throw the cane, it gets a little questionable at that point. By that point, I might as well just be standing out there with a gun. I mean, I could do it. Legally speaking, there's nothing preventing me from doing that, but I don't think that would get people to slow down necessarily. They might actually drive faster. I would. But I tried hot vodka with honey and garlic. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, it does not work, but you will both hate yourself and feel less bad. I hate myself quite enough. Quite enough. How you doing, Project Dark Fox? It's good to see you, man. Hey, Waffles, by the way, welcome in, dude. So the good news is I am able to have guests next week. I am going to get a chance to hang out with Hethrier. Figured I'd let everybody know now. I'm going to be mentioning again at the end of the stream. There won't be any streams from this Sunday to next Sunday. There may be a stream towards the middle of the week. That'll be somewhat impromptu, which will be the tech test for the game room. Since I've actually got it set up now, I've got some overlays for it, and Hethrier is going to be playing some games with me. We might go ahead and try to stream one. I'll be sure to let everybody know ahead of time. But yeah, we'll be out until, I believe, we'll have a stream on November the 30th. And then we'll just be picking right back up in December. Our movie night, which is usually the last Saturday of every month, again, because I'm going to have guests, we're going to kick that back by 1 week. So we're going to do our movie night on December the 2nd. And I'll be sure that I get voting for that up over the course of next week. So anybody who wants to participate in our movie night, well, no, there's not going to be any voting. There's not going to be any voting, I'll tell you why. Because next movie night is Fellowship of the Ring Extended Cut. It's just that. We're just going to watch that. Because the Lord of the Rings extended editions are, for me, a perennial Thanksgiving experience. And with Thanksgiving out of the way, I figure we'll just dive right into that, if that's something that you guys want to watch. I don't think we'll be waiting till the end of the month to continue it either. I think we'll just be doing that through December. So I'll check with people to be sure that folks are going to be free for at least 3 Saturdays rather, in December, and I'll post it up in the movie night channel. But yeah, we're gonna go in. We're going deep. The 12 quality hours of Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings extended cut. If you haven't seen it, like if you really have never seen it, is it? I thought I was just looking at my calendar. Oh, yeah, I meant the 4th. I meant the 4th, not the 2nd. No, the 2nd we're going to be streaming. That's right. We're going to stream Tuesday the 30th, December, yeah, Tuesday the 30th, Thursday the 2nd, and then, yeah, movie night's going to be the 4th. I don't, you know, I want this, you guys know how I talk about movies during movie nights. Those of you who've been there for them. I tend to, I try not to interrupt them too much, but I do like pause and talk about trivia and production and stuff like that because it interests me. So we're probably going to be doing some of that for the extended cuts of The Lord of the Rings. If you're okay with that for your first watch, I think it can be interesting. I'm going to try real hard not to interrupt any of the sequences that really need to sort of flow. So I'll try to make it a friendly experience. But if that kind of thing drives you crazy, like, it might not be the best place to watch it for the first time. But I'm going to be watching it. And I hope that you want to join me. As soon as I start Halo Infinite, stream lags, effing chat. Oh, Ren, I'm sorry to hear that. How you doing, Phaedros? It's good to see you. Deep like Helm's Deep? Just as deep as Helm Hammerhand, baby. I don't think that was ever true, Project Dark Fox. Dial-up was always unreliable. Out doing laundry and stream lags due to poor tower placement. Rip. Oh no. Oh no. So yeah, I'm going to be playing some Conquest next week, and so I opted for tonight. I'm just going to try to power through as many of these Militia Bowmen as I can, so why don't we go ahead and get started and see what we can do, yeah? Hey. Hey. That was all you, Roland. I did nothing of the sort. Oh, camera's not working. Right off the bat. That's the first thing that happened today. Good for us. You know, we went literally months without any camera errors. Months! And recently we've had a few. I couldn't tell you what changed. Like I said, though, eventually I'm just going to get a proper capture card and stop depending on this little USB dongle. Maybe this Christmas. Maybe my Christmas present to myself is going to be an overall stream rig upgrade. We'll see. I think even competence is being pretty general there, Ren. Not Ren, Dark Fox. Oh god. The messages are right next to each other. They're both purple. Give me a break. Dual PC setup? I mean, technically we have a dual PC setup for streaming right now. It's just that one of them is out in the game room and one is here in my office. That's not a bad idea, really, though. Getting a separate PC that's, like, just for streaming? I know some streamers do that. I don't think we really need it yet. I made a lot of stuff in the last few days, you guys. I don't know, I just had this burst of, like, 3D sculpting and printing productivity, and then two of my printers, like, went out, so there's a slight pause on that. I've been just getting a lot of stuff ready to actually play next week, because we're looking to play Conquest, Warcaster, and Dead Zone. Everything's not going to be painted for those, so I set my priorities at getting them assembled and at least primed and capable of being played with on the tabletop. One of the things I made because I like replacing tokens with easy 3D printable assets, and in Dead Zone, you distribute these little crate tokens on the board that they have loot in them. They have randomized loot. They're little tokens that go upside down, and then when you enter the square, you flip it, and you get whatever it is. It can be a booby trap, it can be ammo or something like that. So I have these little crates. In the bottom, there's a little void. If you look at this one, you can see that this would be there, and you move into the square and be like, I get that crate, and you flip it over, and oh my gosh, look, there's ammo in there. It's kind of cool, right? Makes the board look a little bit more interesting, so I did up a bunch of those, got them dry brushed. They're going to be ready to play with next week. I have been working on these objective assets for Dead Zone, because those are, again, just tokens with the standard game. I think this came out pretty nice. Oh, thank you for saying so, Merlin. Still trying to paint one model. Took me like 1 hour to do one coat. Does everyone start off slow? Achilles, I'm slow like that now. Like, honestly, right now, like, I'm gonna level. I'm gonna level with you guys. I have been jammed up my own ass as far as finishing projects for the last few months. And if you've been in this stream, I think you know how just, like, I've been just manic, like, bouncing from project to project, getting a little bit done here, a little bit done there. I think if you worry too much about it, it's just going to jam you up more. You know, it's fretting over it that really does it. So, I'm most productive. I am most productive, and this may help some of you, when I just work on whatever I feel like. As long as I'm doing something, as long as my hands are moving, I'm putting down some paint, I'm sculpting something, I'm printing something, as long as I'm working on something, I'm making progress. And if I worry too much about specifically what it is or trying to schedule it or anything, I find myself not wanting to do it as much, so I'm just venting my creativity in any way possible. And as a result, a lot of my projects are moving pretty slow. But you know what, Achilles? This is going to be my advice to you. That last thing you said, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Trying hard to make it look decent.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
And also, don't anger the fox. I'm gonna start off with some water tonight, Merlin. I hope you don't mind. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And you know what's good? Is painted plastic. It's better than bare plastic. So, Achilles, my advice to you is to just keep moving using techniques that you're comfortable with. And instead of dwelling on each model and trying to get it just so, just paint it, be done with it, and then try to do a little bit better on the next one. And just try to keep doing a little better each time. Because here's the thing, you have plenty of things to paint. You have plenty of things to paint. And one way or another, whether you want this to be true or not, the first things you paint are not going to look as nice as the things you paint down the road. You're going to have moments where you're like, oh, this is the first model I painted, this is the last one, this one looks much better than the... Well, you know what? That's progress. That's not something to be feared. It's not something to be fought against. Just keep going. Like I said, any painted plastic is better than bare plastic. But here, let me show you these. So they are objective markers for Dead Zone. And I think these are the only ones I'm going to have before next week. I made this magnet too strong. I'm really, really happy with this. It's like, I designed it to be like a little computer server, and then I guess this is like a power source. And it's plugged in, powering the little mobile server stack, and then there's a little terminal, which is basically exactly the terminal from Aliens that they use to work the sentry guns. And it's got a couple little cables coming down into this little access port here. It's like a little data cache as an objective you can get in Dead Zone, and yeah, I used too strong of a magnet on this. I need to shrink it down for the next ones, but the idea... Definitely too strong a magnet if I can't remove it. Yeah. The idea is that there is this little area here, because each objective can be worth a different amount of points, and usually it says on the token it's like 1, 2, or 4. So there are these little guys here with simple numerals for 1, 2, I also included 3 or 4, and you can just kind of click those down to represent how many points this objective is worth. Also got to make some pieces that don't have a number on them, just for people who want to use these as other things. But you know, the same thing on top of this little bio-containment unit. Is this me wildly overthinking my own needs? Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? I love the doodads. I love the doodads when it comes to tabletop gaming. And I figured that these will be good for most sci-fi games that involve objectives on some level. Like these should fit in with almost anything, so I'll be making these available here pretty soon, and I'll probably add 2 more objectives to the pack. Just a little extra scatter for you, if you don't want to use it for that. Ah! Oh my god.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
Well, this is decently durable. It's also been me experimenting more with doing things like cables and vines and more organic, free-flowing shapes. I think this came out pretty good for a relatively short amount of time that I spent working on it. Draws inspiration from both Star Wars and Aliens. Oh, thank you, Merlin Models. I think we're going to see some more of those in future files that I'm working on. So I'm going to take a minute before we get started on these Bowmen, because I just want to glue on the limbs of... I literally just got in the mail today Baron Moorgrave for Warcaster. I want to get his limbs attached because I need to have him primed up so I can use him next week. You're not wrong, Sumitha. I use that phrase, but you're absolutely correct. Like, here's the thing. I did not start this journey here, this hobby sharing, Twitch streaming, STL selling, 3D printing, terrain making journey. I didn't even mean to start this. I was just making stuff for my own table, and I was approached by someone who said, hey, I'd like a license to sell your stuff. And I was like, well, that's an interesting idea I hadn't considered. Let's talk some more. And that has sort of morphed and changed and turned into something much larger. And, the core of what I'm doing is not like... It's why I don't do, like, or I haven't at least done things like Kickstarters or anything like that. Fundamentally, everything that I make, and this is going to sound kind of selfish because I think it is, fundamentally, everything that I make, I'm making for myself because I want to have it. And it's just the realization that other people would also like to have it that has turned this into something like a small business. So, I'm really trying to stick to that. To not get into the mindset of, I need to make something that's going to sell. What's popular this week? Let's make that. I'm just sticking to the mindset of, what do I want? What do I want to have? What do I want on my table? What do I want to paint? And I find that as long as I keep in that mindset, I'm fairly productive. And exactly as you say, I have fun doing it. It's just a vent for my creativity. I'm an incredibly lucky person. I am an incredibly lucky person. I know a lot of people say things about streaming on Twitch or making models or whatnot, like they just want to get good enough at it that they can do it for a living. I have the free time to do this anyway. And I don't really have the motivation of, like, I need to do this to make a living. It's just the motivation of, I do this because I love doing it. So I'm trying to maintain that mindset, and it's always gratifying to me to know that you guys are having as much fun as I am. You guys enjoy my products and my stuffs. So, I guess what I'm really trying to say with this long, rambling nonsense is, you guys are awesome, and thank you for being here. It's why a lot of my stuff winds up being super game-specific. And I've had this conversation before, and thought about it, like, I shouldn't make things that are super game-specific. I should make things that are generally applicable, so more people will buy them. And then I'm like, yeah, but I want it to be game-specific. Like, for me, I always want game-specific things, so I'm just gonna do that. Like, yeah, that's how I think of it too, Merlin Models. It's just useful. Just useful. Hamburg, 200 biddies. Coming in hot, making a splash. How you doing today, Hamburg? It's good to see you, man. Where does his leg go? Goes on like that. Yeah, that's the core of it, Merlin Models. I want things that people will want to have. I mean, speaking of game-specific, I have something else to show you that I'm pretty pleased with. It might not be the most exciting thing in the universe, but you guys remember when I was failing to build that deck box last time on stream? I worked out all the bugs in that. That's actually what's on the printer tonight, is another deck box, but I've just been printing like crazy on those because I'll tell you the story behind that. I just had a moment of organizational panic when I was like, my fucking cards are everywhere. I couldn't find a stack of the cards I needed for Conquest. I couldn't find a stack of the cards I needed for Warcaster, and I was like, I gotta fix this. I gotta fix this, and I'm tired of my old deck boxes. I glue his leg on, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Tend to get non-useful things 3D print. Tend not to get, yeah. And really the point of all that is just me saying, you know, I'm just gonna make stuff that I want. Ultimately, that's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna keep making stuff that I want. And if you want it to, that's fucking awesome. You can have it. Made a mistake and got Arby's for lunch. You made a mistake and got Arby's for anything, my friend. Kellis, thank you for saying so, by the way. The kids these days are really into Pogs. Hey now, pun expected. I was there for that, okay? We weren't even really into Pogs when we were into Pogs. That was a weird time. Don't have space to set up the Ender 3 anywhere, so it shall remain in a box. Unable to print anything. Ah, but the potential remains. The potential remains. There, I've got Baron Morgrave put together. Baron Morgrave here is going to be the subject of one of our upcoming single-figure focus Sundays. I really quite like this figure. He's incredibly dramatic. He has the flair of kind of a... he's a space fantasy figure, complete with his little grabby hand and his insane sword and his long flowing hair. He's like Space Sephiroth. It's gonna be him, and then this model that I also quite like, another wildcard hero for the Eternus Continuum, Harlan Sec the Curator. This one is at least done mostly in resin. It is a gorgeous sculpt and a really cool design. But here, let me show you my deck boxes. Ooh, WJ. Yeah, they will, though. They will. Got parts 3D printed to make my Nerf Strife look like a Space Marine. Oh, that's what you were talking about. I was like, oh, what do you oh, yeah, okay. That makes sense when I read chat. Now, hold on. Fabio was not a porn star. I mean, in a way he was. You could call those, like, literary porn, and he was on the cover of, like, all of them. Reminds me of Pokemon cards growing up. Asking kids why they collected them. No idea what a TCG was. Asked if what they were for. People just said, I don't know. I just like Charizard. Yeah, there's a certain purity to it, isn't there? I'm really pleased with this, though. I've got my cards organized, you guys. For fucking once. This has been productive. And I want to show it off. I've got all these boxes printed so far, and everything divided up. Here I've got my Warcaster Iron Star Alliance cards. I've been doing the faceplates in resin. They actually print and work really, really nice. I don't know if I'm going to bother painting these or not. You can do them in resin. They come out really smooth and nice. And something else I discovered, you can do them in PLA like this. And then if you just take, like, silicone caulking, like out of a gun, and this is kind of dirty because I dropped it on the floor when it was curing, so ignore that. But if you just take silicone caulking out of a gun and just, like, swipe it into these recesses, wait for it to cure, and then rub it with your thumb, it all comes off the surface. And you get this really, really nice, really, really bright lettering. But these plates are magnetized on the back and they have a little grip point. So I got my Warcaster Iron Star Alliance cards in here. That snaps open, falls back, leaves the top open so you can actually reach in and grab the cards pretty easily without having to turn it upside down. Closes back up, and I got brass rods on this one. Snaps shut, and then if you want to change what you have in there, you can just pop that right off, and you got your magnets there, and put another plate on. I got a few others here that I've printed that I don't have boxes for yet, but I got, like, you got your Battletech Alpha Strike cards right there. Printing the box right now for this one, for my Spires cards for Conquest. This one I actually need to throw away because it didn't print as well as I'd like, and I changed the style I was doing this in. And there'll be some generic ones too. They came out really nice though. I've got all the different, I've got Iron Star Alliance, I've got Marcher Worlds, divided up and organized. I've got all my Cypher cards in this one. I've got my, and this is the really important one, my Eternus Continuum with their groovy little triangle eye. And then all my 100 Kingdoms cards over here. We got different sizes and styles. I made this small box and this large box, and they've got different numbers of chambers inside. And they all have this nice snap fit top. Now these ones, this is done with the 3D printed pins. I've done some of them in brass, but you can just print these pins, and I finally got them sized right. So they go in nice and they're good and durable. Snap shut. Good and sound. Because just for reference, because, you know, I like to do my Gallagher thing, this is mostly full. There's some space in there to put in more cards. This is a dual-chambered box. But this is mostly full of cards right now. And if I snap it shut... it's really not. This is important. This was the most important thing when I started designing this, was I want one of these so you can just toss it in a box and not be worried that your snap is going to give out and you're going to lose all your cards. This is, yeah. And now that I've got the mechanics of it down, I may do some versions that have a bit more of an ornate box, you know? Do some more visual stuff on the outside. We'll see. You'll see the Battletech panel? Yeah, so I'm gonna do the Battletech panel with some more stuff on it. And I was thinking, like, because Alpha Strike cards are pretty... It's really kind of, like, there isn't a lot of variety, there's just cards. They're pretty much all just for mechs, but I thought like one that says light mechs, one that says medium, one that says heavy, one that says assault. I could do them with the house logos on them, which I don't really think means anything because the cards aren't house specific, but you know, this is decorative. So why the hell not? The magnetic thing was important to me because this means that, you know, say you don't want to use this for your Conquest 100 Kingdoms cards anymore, you can dump those out into another box, pop the plate off, now it's Battletech Alpha Strike. And this one has brass pins, you can see. I designed it in such a way that you can use either 0.8mm brass pins, or you can 3D print the pins yourself, and they're pretty damn tough. Like, most of these boxes are with the printed PLA pins. And they weren't sized quite right on the last stream, but on this one they are. Prototyping. Alright, let me get these the hell out of here. Oh, and then if you have extra plates, because they're magnetic, they just stick together like that, so you can store them. Which I thought was pretty cool. Unless one of them turns. There we go. Just like so. Do you print the faceplates in resin? Yeah, Kursala. So I've done most of them. I'm doing them in resin just because I like how clean they are. But I did this one in PLA, and I'm going to do some more in PLA. This was actually the first one that I did. And I kind of like this because it's really, really tough. And also, like I said, you just take some silicone caulking and sort of wipe it over the letters, wait for it to cure, and then wipe off the stuff that's on top, and you get this nice, crisp, clear lettering. My ironing settings are a bit off, thus the, like, crappy lines here. But I think if you printed this face down, it would actually work really, really well. I need to try some more in PLA. They're very printable like this, though. And I've got all sorts of faceplates done up. I've got them for Star Wars Legion, I've got them for Magic the Gathering, like any game you want. Those, and I just would like to note, in case anyone is out there who might be an IP holder, certainly not in my chat, all these faceplates are going to go up on Thingiverse for free. Or just be available otherwise. These are going to go up on Steel Warrior Studios, and you can, like, buy the whole set for, like, $1.50 or some shit like that. I'm not gonna be, because it's a fairly simple but functional design if you want to pick these up. But yeah, these I'm just gonna make available so you can print these out for your box. Just in case there's anybody out there who's like, oh, don't go selling something with the Magic the Gathering logo on it. Yeah, we won't. We won't. War Machine by any chance? Akellis, if you want it for War Machine, I can do that, man. I mean, I've done them for Warcaster, for God's sake. I might as well. I just love being able to grab a nice, like, durable, tough plastic box and take it with me. It's not cardboard. You don't have to worry about spilling on it. You don't have to worry about your cards coming out. And I can stack them up on my shelf without worrying about anything, which is nice. What's up, Gene Slicer? Millerman 152, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. I have the organizational bug, Waffles. You should have seen me when I played FFG games. Organizing cards is like a whole hobby in and of itself. I'll be very interested to see the result of that to Square. How you doing, Gene Slicer? Let me get this put away here. Set Baron Moorgrave over here where he can rest a little bit. I got a couple of new brushes I'm going to try today. I just picked up some nylon flat brushes that I think will lend themselves very well to how I've been painting lately. You want plates with just a few house crests and clan crests? PDF, anything you want, man. It's really... The part of this, too, has been me getting used to using emboss features and working in GIMP and Inkscape, to make my own vector files. I'll tell you the other thing is last night I fired off my first test vector file to Steel Warrior Studios to make some laser cut acrylic gaming aids that I've been working on. He's going to be test cutting one, and as soon as we can get it dialed in so that we're using the same format and I can just throw him a file and he can cut it out, we're going to have gaming aids coming out because I love my accessories. What's your test vector, Victor? Roger, roger. It is a movement tool for Warcaster. Oh my god. It has a 6... It's just a basic shape that has a 6-inch side. It has a 1-inch side, a 2-inch side, a 3-inch side, a 4-inch side, and then a 6-inch side. Just so you can have all those measurements on the same tool. I love measurement tools like that. They just make things so much simpler. Just a reminder, ZBrush 2022 came out, and there's some nice new functions. Ooh, I haven't looked at the ZBrush 2022 update yet. I'll have to check that out. Yes, very similar. I mean, there's only, like, so many crazy directions you can go off into for gaming aids like that. They're just gonna be customized, is all, with, like, faction logos and stuff like that on them. In the right colors and whatnot. Let me get out my burnt umber oil paint. We can start laying down some glaze coats on these bad boys and see how many we can work through. Oh, it's one of the full download updates? Okay. I'll probably start that right after the stream. Thanks for letting me know. How you doing today, Langwin? Now, I sized the card box for a fairly tight fit around, and I'm probably going to send these files out to people for testing here in the immediate future, just because, like, I'm always curious what I haven't thought of, obviously. I sized everything around Dragon Shield card sleeves, because they're what I use, they're my favorites. They make really, really nice matte, non-glare card sleeves. But if people are using other card sleeves, I'd love to know if it fits or not, because I can ease the tolerances somewhat if there are common larger card sleeves out there. How you doing, Forgotta Run? Welcome in, my friend. Buffering being a bitch, is it? Sorry to hear that. Oof. That's always, yeah, whether it's likely or not, that's always a scary experience, WJ. I hope for the absolute best results. CT scans, man. You never get them done because everything's going great. Almost forgot, I put a little bit of ivory black in with my burnt umber when I'm doing this. Not a lot, just a little scoop of it. There we go. I'll probably be bouncing between a few things tonight. I'm just going to be kind of rolling through the easy steps to get models ready for next week since, oh man, it's been a little while since I've actually gotten in a game of Conquest or Warcaster, so I'm excited. Should be a good Thanksgiving. We're going to fry up some Turkosaurus. Fry up a bunch of random foods if we're going to have the fryer out. Why the hell not? Where's the card box? STL sold? Well, it's not right now. I just finished it. PDF. It's going to be up on Steel Warrior Studios. You get them for free. PDF. I don't know why, like, Kursala did this the other day, too. He's like, well, what hex tech should I buy? And I'm like, Kursala, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, I should be paying you to be my mod, but I can't. The least I can do is give you files. Just gaming or bat reps? Wait, what are you asking about, Achilles? You mean, are we just going to stream games, or are we also going to do some recorded bat reps? Because the answer is, yes, that is the plan. I'd like to do some battle reports. I've just got to get used to recording and editing the videos first. So that's going to be a project for the winter and spring, is my plan. Altered Man Art. Welcome in, my friend. How are you doing? It was a pleasure to be able to catch you online today after a while. I hope the move went well, my friend. I've been doing a lot more oil painting myself. It's always a pleasure to watch you work. Guys, if you're not following Altered Man Art, really, this guy has some pretty serious talent when it comes to oil painting, which is, of course, all the rage these days. If it's something that you're curious about, Pun Expected is definitely someone to follow, as well as Altered Man Art. In fact, the top of my recommendations for oil painting would go Wapelius, and then Steel a Rebel, and then you get your Pun Expected and your Altered Man and your Matt Yees of the world. Fair enough, Kursala. Fair enough. I look forward to seeing what you do get printed, by the way. And yeah, I needed it, because I have moments when I, like, don't remember that I haven't sent you stuff. Because my brain is a scrambled mess. How did the rest of the stream go, Altered Man? I had to step out after a little while. Don't feel obligated to stick around, man. I know you've been streaming. You gotta go stretch your legs, get yourself something to eat, go to bed, do what you gotta do, my friend. Gaming is good. Gaming is good, Achilles. This is like the golden age of tabletop gaming right now. Oils for life. The more I work with oils, the more I find myself thinking about them, the more I enjoy it. You know what? Hang on for a second, Merlin. I want to finish my water and I want to go get myself a beer. I just told myself I had to actually finish my water before I did that tonight. Bear with me. I don't have a drinking problem, you do. The only problem is I don't have anything to drink. After 10 hours? Oh, fantastic, man. I've understood why I'm a painter and what paint does bring to me. That je ne sais quoi, that artistic expression you just can't quite get anywhere else, am I right? This is good news. I hope that we see you on a lot more, Altered Man. I love your streams. And you're one of the handful of people who inspired me to keep going with oil painting, and I believe it has paid off. Is paying off, actively. La Passion! Give me just a second. I'm gonna go grab a drink. How have you been liking the hobby so far, Achilles? The question is just like, have you been enjoying yourself? Because there's, as long as you're having fun, there are no wrong answers. Ah, Merlin. Merlin. Have to get a set of oils. Tried it once with a $10 set, and it was Yeah, it takes some practice before you get to a point where you're going to get any results that you really like. I've found my first few outings with oils were messy and disappointing. I don't really recommend oil painting categorically as like better than acrylic. I don't think it is. Acrylic painting, they each have strengths, and I think a purpose to them. Acrylic painting is more accessible than oil painting in general. It is less prone to making messes. It is friendlier to smaller workspaces, particularly if they have to be mobile. It is friendlier to people who aren't familiar with like using a color wheel or a more traditional color mixing techniques. Like, there are a lot of advantages. If you're just painting models and you don't care that much about being like a fucking pro at it, you just want a painted army, like, I would go acrylic every single time. Heretic Scott, it is good to see you, man. Lurk away, my friend. Particularly if you're the type of painter who's like, I need to paint this thing so I can use it tomorrow. Oil painting is not for that. At all. You want to be using acrylics. And I mean, like, I'm not done with acrylics by any stretch of the imagination. I'm going to be phasing back into... In fact, if you come back after our stream break, I'm going to be delving back into acrylics to work on my Warcaster figures. It's just I've been having a lot of success with them lately, so I'm kind of trying to roll with that, you know? Keep up the momentum, as it were. First, I hate it. I think it was because I was being hard on myself per usual. Starting to enjoy it more and more. It's definitely better the more you kind of relax into it, Achilles. I can sympathize with that position because I'm definitely the kind of guy who I put a lot of pressure on myself to perform to standards that literally no one expects other than me. And if that's your mindset, then miniature painting can quickly become very frustrating, particularly as you look around and you see other people getting great results quickly, and it has to be a personal sort of art journey. You have to give yourself time, accept that not everyone is going to adopt techniques as fast as everyone else. Everybody likes different things, you know, it's art, and being art, it's very, very subjective. So let yourself be an artist. Explore your own creative space. Try new things. Keep what works. Leave what doesn't, you know? I agree with that, pun expected. And that's one of the reasons that I'm enjoying oils is because I had started doing that with my acrylics anyway, to move away from buying 300 bottles of acrylic paint every year. It is very freeing to just have a greater understanding of color mixing rather than doing the paint by numbers approach. But the thing is, the paint by numbers approach is also very, very useful for people just getting started. And that's why I still recommend it to people who are new to the hobby or people who just want to paint an army. Not everybody wants to be a painter. Some people just want some painted minis. And don't necessarily want to commission
paint
anyone.
On the wall, 99 bottles of paint.
Oof.
Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
Way more than that these days. It is out of control. Sumitha, I hope to see you again soon, man. Always a pleasure to see you in chat. How you doing, T-Square? Yeah, Achilles, that's one of the reasons that the paint by numbers approach is so helpful. Mixing colors is a whole extra realm. Now, the good news is that if you learn how to mix colors and use a color wheel, you're going to do better paint jobs overall, whether you're mixing your own pigments or not. And those are skills that are broadly applicable to almost every form of visual art. So that's you know, growth. I think that's a worthwhile endeavor. But I think miniature painting is one of the most casual art hobbies that there is, aside from, like, watercolor painting. You know, most people who paint miniatures aren't in this to be miniature painters. You've got a life, you've got a job, you've got a career, you've got other shit that you're doing, and also you want to have some painted minis. So we need lots of casual, easy techniques. Avoid mixing as much as possible, since they do mostly large-scale armies and terrain scheme. Yeah, and that's a good point, actually, if I got it wrong, and something to point out. If you're doing, like, large batch, the mixing your own colors works really, really well if you're painting individual models. You're doing, like, statues or busts or lots of hero figures or something like that. If you're trying to paint a big army and have it be uniform, there is immense value in having a set color that you're using. So when you run out of it, you don't have to mix it again and kind of eyeball it and try to get it close. You just, you know, go online and order another bottle of heavy blue-gray or whatever fucking color it is. Dragon turquoise from Reaper. And you know, I've mentioned this a number of times. It's just, you know, you gotta know why you're painting. That may be one of the most important things to keep in mind as you paint minis. Just know why you're painting. What is it you're hoping to get out of it? Are you trying to make the best looking squad you've ever seen? Are you trying to make this hero look amazing? Are you trying to make a display piece for your shelf? Are you just trying to paint an army so you can go down to your friendly local game shop and not be embarrassed over a game of Kill Team? Because these all have different approaches, different standards, and different techniques that are going to work best for each of them. The key is knowing which one you're doing. Like these guys, for instance, I really don't care about them looking good. I really don't care about them looking good. We're going fast and dirty on the Bowmen, because they're just Militia Bowmen, and I just need them to look not bare. That's it. Oof. Ooh. Oh, I'm glad to hear you got that done to square. Hopefully you'll put that to some good use over Thanksgiving. Yes, yeah. As far as the hexes of vegetation go, I also do recommend supports touching the build plate. It just makes the rim print really nice and clean. So Dr. Rhino and I have done a couple of little talks over on his stream, for those of you who follow him, where I've kind of popped in while he was streaming. And we've just been talking about stuff. Been talking about movies, been talking about shows. We had a long talk about Dune a little while back. We did another one the other day where we just kind of talked about Star Trek and the Orville, and that turned into talking about a bunch of other stuff. And we've had fun doing it, and I think we're going to do more of it just because we enjoy talking about film. It helps me because I am a cinephile. In my heart, I am a cinephile. I love movies. I love TV shows. Not all movies, not all TV shows, obviously, but I have opinions on them. I have strong opinions on them, and the thing is, I always have, but they haven't always been defensible opinions. Many times in my life, they've just been really subjective. I like this. I don't like that. It's kind of meaningless for the most part, and I've craved for the longest time the ability, the articulation necessary, the analysis necessary to articulate my feelings on film, on television. Why do I like this thing? How can I put into words what it is about it that excites me? It's been a curiosity of mine. So over the last 5 years or so, I've been kind of trying to get more into a mindset of talking about, analyzing, and quantifying my opinions on things. And these talks with Dr. Rhino have been kind of helpful for that. They give me an opportunity to expound I found that with our movie nights, too. I've really enjoyed that. It gives me the opportunity to really talk about, like, I like this thing, but why do I like it? What is it about this that excites me? What is quality in film and television? Precisely. So we're going to be doing more of that, because I think we both found it pretty enriching so far. And in a bizarre turn, something that I convinced him to watch so we could both talk about it, is Attack on Titan. It was kind of unexpected. It came up as a subject the other day, and I know I like a thing really well when all it takes is someone mentioning it, and I'm like, I feel the urge to rewatch that thing. And it came up the other day, and I was like, God, I really want to rewatch Attack on Titan, particularly since this next year we're going to be coming up on the second part of the final season, and the show's going to be coming to an end. And I asked Dr. Rhino, I'm like, did you ever watch this show? It's a weird fucking show. Did you ever watch it? And he's like, I kind of watched the first season, and then I kind of got out of it. And I'm like, all right, so there's a whole lot about it that he hasn't really consumed. And I think it's a show that gets not panned, obviously. Here's the thing. Attack on Titan is, I think, one of the most popular animes, like, in history. The numbers for live viewers, the last time Funimation released an episode, like when it was the season 4, not the premiere, but the finale. They released numbers on how many people tuned in live right after it released to watch it. The numbers were fucking crazy. It was one of the most watched shows in the United States the weekend that it came out, and that's insane for what amounts to a cartoon. But it's a really good show, and I think that it's better than a lot of people give it credit for. So, myself having watched it before, and Dr. Rhino having not watched it before, we are going to watch it one arc at a time, so 2 discussions per season, and we're going to sit down, and we're going to talk about it. We're going to sit down, and we're going to talk about it. And I've told him, like, don't sugarcoat this. Don't think that you got to come back and go, this is amazing just because I've told you that I like it. If he has a bad reaction to it, I want him to be honest about it. But we're going to talk about the show, about how it's written, about how it's animated, about its flaws, about its strengths. We're going to talk about it in detail, and we're going to get to the bottom of why the hell do I enjoy it so much, and is it truly a good show? Or at least, I don't know if we'll really get to the bottom of it. That might be a little bit arrogant to say, but we're going to explore it. So if that sounds interesting to you at all, if it's the kind of thing, maybe you've watched it, maybe you haven't, maybe you're just curious about it, maybe you hate it and you want to know why you hate it so much, keep an eye out, because we're gonna delve into that a little bit. I don't find that it really has that problem to Square, and that's something that we're going to talk about too. Attack on Titan is divided, each season is divided up into 2 major arcs, and each arc is usually roughly 13 episodes long. And the way that it's broken up is one of the things I want to talk about, actually. Because it doesn't have that many action, like, set pieces, like big events that happen. It has a handful of them over the course of the series. The reason that they seem to go on so long is because in the show, something will happen. Like, the Battle of Trost is a major event in season 1. It's the crux of the first story arc, is the Battle of Trost. And the battle, boom, it happens over the course of a day, and we go through it, and then it stops and it goes back to the beginning, and it goes through it again from someone else's perspective, and then it comes back and it goes through it again from someone else's perspective. And it can seem exhaustive, and I thought it was too, but the further you get into the show, into like season 3 and 4, it is so incredibly laden with symbolism and foreshadowing. Like, not just mindless symbolism and foreshadowing, but fairly meaningful stuff. Important details that seem really random at the time. They're just there, and you don't really know what to do with them, and it won't be for like a season and a half that they come back and they really address it, and in addressing it sort of expand your understanding of what was going on at the time. It is a very cleverly written story. And that's kind of why I want to get into it, is to show how there are a lot of shows out there that just have a lot of things happen to either confuse you or to get you to keep watching. Attack on Titan has a lot of things happen because they were planned and because they have meaning. Because they have, like, significant thematic relevance. And that's kind of why I'm curious to talk about it with Dr. Rhino with him not having seen it before, is because I want him to point out those moments when he's like, why did this happen? This doesn't make any sense. Because at this point, it's not as obvious to me since I've watched it a few times. Some of the best animes are only one season. Some animes have multiple seasons, but only one season that's worth watching. Psycho Pass, for instance. I hated season 2 of Psycho Pass. I loved season 1. Season 1 is a self-contained story. It's fantastic. See, it's not to Square, and that's why one of the reasons that we're going to do this. Because it's not. If anything, the deaths, the gratuity of Attack on Titan has a very specific purpose that doesn't become clear until you get to season 4, when the entire show gets turned on its head. It's very, very raw. Joy of Painting Minis, welcome in. How are you doing today? Can we get a shout out for the Joy of Painting Minis? A truly fantastic stream you should be following if you're not already, but something tells me you might be. Attack on Titan is very, very violent, but it definitely has a purpose. It takes you a couple of seasons to realize what that purpose is, but it's not being done for no reason, and it's not being done just because it's fun. It is meant to be horrifying, and it is. It also has some truly excellent characters in it. And I'm a sucker for characters over narrative a lot of the time. That's also true, and that's something to bear in mind too, to Square. It might not be your cup of tea. If you watch it and you don't find yourself intrigued by the mystery at all, I mean, probably don't continue. The only thing I would tell people, because I know some people quit watching it because they're like, oh, they're just going to keep introducing more mystery and not answer any of it. They answer pretty much everything. The show gets to everything eventually and answers the questions to at least my satisfaction. So if the concern is that they're going to pull a Lost and never answer any questions, don't worry, they will. Gus Schultz, how you doing today, man? The box you sent me is at my post office. I did not have a chance today to go down there to my P.O. box and pick it up. But it is there. I'm gonna see if I can't grab it over the weekend, man, and I'm gonna get some pictures posted. I'm excited to get it. But anyway, I just mentioned that because, again, Dr. Rhino and I are going to sit down, we're going to talk about it, and if that sounds intriguing to you at all, please tune in. I'm sure I'll have more announcements about that on the Discord, and on Dr. Rhino's Discord, for that matter. Oh my god, to Square, I wish that so much. Knights of Sidonia, the first season of Knights of Sidonia, fired me up in the same way that Season 1 of Attack on Titan did, but yeah, it just went fucking nowhere after that. It got lost in nonsense individual drama, and the overall plot just was, like, forgotten by the wayside. I found that very disappointing. I really liked the first season of Knights of Sidonia. But see, to Square, because it's like... I mean, when I say it's cleverly and surprisingly realistically written, one of my favorite shots in Attack on Titan is in, like, the first episode. The very first episode, when Aaron's house gets smashed in and his mother is trapped and a Titan is coming to eat her, which is a freaking horrifying concept. And that the guard, Hannes, he runs up. And he's like, don't worry, kid, I'm gonna go save your mom. I'm gonna do the anime thing. We're gonna cliche the shit out of this. And he runs over to save her, and he draws his swords, and he looks up, and he sees the Titan looking down at him, and the next shot, he sheathes his swords, he turns around, he runs back, he grabs the kids, and he gets the hell out of there. It's moments like that that really make that show for me. It's a very real moment where a man who has never had to face anything so terrible in his life, coming face to face with it, realizes he doesn't stand a chance, and there's no way in hell he's about to do that. Chooses something sensible over confrontation. And it's those very human moments that make everything else work. And that's just it. Not just life for himself. He did. He chose life. Because he knew in that moment that he was just going to die. But he chose life for the kids, too. Because he knew that if he stood there, and if he stood his ground, if he fought and he died, then they were next. But the one thing he could do was take them and run. It may not be the most dramatic thing. It may not be the most... nobody's going to write stories about it. But it was important. Also, ODM gear is one of the coolest concepts that anyone has ever invented in the history of mankind, and nobody can prove me wrong. That would be, in the show, the omnidirectional maneuvering gear, which are these little hooks that they wear on their sides that they can shoot, and then they swing around like Spider-Man. It's so cool. It's so cool. Maybe it's just because I've always been a Spider-Man fan. So, I've never read Gantz, Achilles. I did watch... They did an anime adaptation of it on Netflix in that, like, anime CG style that they've been doing, didn't they? I think fairly recently, a couple years ago, maybe? I watched it, and I was very confused by it. I got the feeling that it was, exactly as you say, a very poor adaptation. A lot of the concepts seemed like fun. But the execution was... Ugh. Oh, absolutely, Merlin models. Anything Spider-Man I'm gonna watch. Into the Spider-Verse was a fantastic movie. Much better than I think anybody really expected it to be. And, you know, it's a tough thing for me to be a fan of too many animes because I'm not... Like, I really don't read manga. I am able... You know, I clearly have the capacity to acquire and read English-translated manga, but... I never stick with it. I've picked up a few and tried to read them, and I just, you know, I'll get a few issues in, and then I'm pretty well done. So... I tend to stick to just the shows. New Earthworm Jim TV? No shit. Merlin Models, you have a fantastic night. Did we get a shout out for Merlin Models? If we didn't, could we go ahead and get one? A very, very dapper chap, an excellent streamer, and a talented painter. I really enjoy hanging out in his chat. Oh, like just now? That's exciting. You heard it here first, folks. Earthworm Jim. A property you haven't thought about since the late 90s. Riot Sister, welcome in.
Hello there.
How you doing today, Riot Sister? Trying to speed this up. Let's get sloppier. I've watched a little bit of Konosuba. I've watched a few episodes of it. I do find the concept of that one very entertaining. Nothing about the story, like, past the initial joke of the characters, there wasn't really anything that grabbed me. So I didn't keep watching it. I chuckled at it. I like the setup. I like the idea that everyone is basically useless. But there was nothing to keep me there. I'm glad, Merlin. That's what I think of, too, because the last time I played, or even thought about Earthworm Jim, I was playing on the fucking Genesis. I try not to get too far into the weeds, Joy of Painting Minis. God, you should see me when I start talking about Star Trek. That can get stupid. I'm definitely gonna co-op Dr. Rhino to do a Pacific Rim-centric, long, exhaustive talk. That should be the name of the bit. We'll just call it Long, Exhaustive Talks. Very on the nose. Did you hate this property before you listened to us? Well, by the time we're done, you will. Alright, Vergatorung, we'll be here, man. That's kind of why I want to talk about it, Joy of Painting Minis, is because it can be inaccessible. I'm not a big anime watcher, is the thing. Like, it's been around since I was a kid. When I was young, we had things like, you know, Toonami. Get some more Burnt Umber going here. Which was really a big wave of sort of bringing anime that hadn't been available in America over here and translating it. It was where a lot of us first watched things like Evangelion and Dragon Ball Z. But I didn't get into it like a lot of my peers did. A lot of people were like, oh, anime is a thing and it's just part of my life now. I regard it as like any other... I wrap it right in with my love of television and film because I just regard it as like any other medium. There are a few from that era that really, really piqued my fancy. I got into Mobile Suit Gundam. I got into, I really enjoyed, like, Big O, Cowboy Bebop, Lupin the Third, Sailor Moon. Admittedly, I was very much into Sailor Moon when I was young. I think that can be explained by the fact that I'm also really into Power Rangers, which is basically the same thing. Winning love by daylight, never running from a real Ah, fuck. Damn it, Riot Sister. Well, that too. But, like I don't sit around and watch anime for the most part. I pick out individual ones that seem interesting. I like Psycho Pass Season 1. I enjoyed the first season of the Saga of Tanya the Evil. I watched Serial Experiments Lane. I have seen... What's that one? I've seen a total of one magical girl anime, and it was a really creepy one about... about the onset of I can't think of the word. Entropy. It was a really, really dark sort of meta show about entropy, with lots and lots of character deaths that a friend got me to watch. I enjoyed Steins Gate, but like most of the popular ones and like shonen and stuff like that, I have no time for them. I have better stuff to watch. It has to have a good story. It has to genuinely be well written. I say that and then I'll turn around and be like, also I enjoy Kill la Kill. But Kill la Kill is actually pretty clever. Evangelion really got me into anime. Yeah, that was a lot of our introduction to anime, and Evangelion is a weird place to get introduced to anime. Particularly mecha, because it's like a meta mecha anime, and if you haven't seen the more mainstream stuff, lots of things in it just come off as really obtuse and confusing. Because it's almost, in fact it is, like the writer hates mecha anime while writing one, and also kind of hates you for enjoying it, and wants to rub your nose in how stupid it is that you have fun watching it. If Pacific Rim is a love letter written to mecha anime and to Super Sentai, then Evangelion is a hate letter written to the same. You know, I've never watched Gunslinger Girl, WJ. I don't compare anything to Evangelion because Evangelion stands entirely on its own. It should not really be compared to anything. It's not trying to accomplish the same goal as almost anything else that it shares the genre with. But see, I assess these things through the same lens that I assess any film, any television. I don't really look at them through the lens of, like, comparing them to other anime. I just take the story and the characters. There's some very, very talented writers out there. You know what's one I need to finish that I never finished was Violet Evergarden. I never finished it. I started watching it and it was very, very interesting. Kind of dark. And then I read a little while back that was the animation studio that had the incident with arson that several people from the studio died in a fire, and I was like, oh shit. Kind of made me feel like I should go back and watch it, but I still haven't. Oh, Ninja Scroll. Ninja Scroll was the first time for many of us, I think, Kellis, Ninja Scroll was the first time that a lot of our young minds were like, whoa, 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 whoa. You can put boobs in a cartoon? What? I know that was the first for me. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? Hate letter? You mean rage novel? I mean, yeah, in many ways. Now, the Evangelion guy also did the Kiryu Godzilla. Yeah, he did Shin Godzilla, and apparently is working on Shin Ultraman and Shin Kamen Rider, which is very, very interesting to me. Shin Godzilla is one of my favorite movies of the last, like, 10 years. It's not necessarily a very entertaining movie, but it is a very good movie. It is clever. I like cleverness. I like cleverness in screenwriting. Not too much of it, not when that's the only point. But if a story can be presented in a witty and clever way, I'm almost always going to prefer that. Oh, did he really, WJ? I didn't know that. I might have to go back and give those a rewatch. Did he do, like, the Terror of Mechagodzilla? That era of them? Because I really like the Terror of Mechagodzilla. I think I heard a discussion about oils and acrylics earlier. Personally, really like the enamel weathering paints. I think they're a little easier to get into over oils. I don't think I've tried the enamels. I might have to make a point of checking that out, like maybe next summer. What would you say... How would you compare the two, Heretic Scott? As far as general ease of use. Okay, so yeah, he would have taken over after that, because Terror was a while back. I'll have a look at that. I'm curious to see which films he did. I like the Godzilla movies. I like all those kaiju films. Go back to, like, War of the Gargantuas. I did kind of stop watching them in the 2000s, and now it sounds like maybe I missed some of the best ones. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? I've heard really good things about, what's it called? Midnight Mass? Is that the name of the show that's on Netflix now? I've heard really good things about it, and that might have to be the subject of an upcoming in-depth watch for me. What did you think? No spoilers, which may make it difficult to discuss. But I'm curious what people think about it. If you like slow burners, as long as a slow burn is going somewhere. That's the thing. I can take... Some of my favorite movies and shows are really slow burn. Like, I really, really enjoyed The Leftovers, for instance, which I think is, like, the ultimate show of patience. A show where basically nothing happens for 3 seasons. But it has to be going somewhere, even if the only place it's going is to a satisfying conclusion of a character arc. I don't have any problem with that, Data Nerd. I find intellectual discussions of religion and Christianity very interesting. As long as they're not purely esoteric, but more broadly philosophical. You know? Oh, it sounds like you really liked it, Joy of Painting Minis. That's encouraging. Because I've heard people say that it's really slow and it's got a lot of monologues in it, and I'm like, I mean, as long as they're well done, as long as they're meaningful, the acting is of high quality, then I'm still interested. Blair Mansion? I don't think I'm familiar with that one. You mean Bly Manor? Or is there something I don't know of called Blair Mansion? Dune would make a cool anime. Dune would make a cool show in general. It probably belongs there. Okay, yes, I did. Yeah, is it the same guy who did, like, Haunting of Hill House and Haunting of Bly Manor? Because if that's the case, I'm doubly interested. I don't know anything about Midnight Mass. I just know that it exists, and people are talking about it. And I'm kind of trying to avoid many details on it so that I can enjoy it for what it is, you know? Now I need to design Dune tanks and ground vehicles. Dig up the old models for, like, Dune 2000 and Emperor Battle for Dune, Roland. Make it happen. Make a Harkonnen buzzsaw tank. His wife is the main actress. Okay. So what you're saying is, if I've watched Bly Manor and Hill House, I'll get something out of it, maybe a little bit extra, which I'm fine with that. Bly Manor and Hill House are both excellent. I really like the different direction they went in for Bly Manor, not just doing more of Hill House. It was a little bit on the nose, and I will say that I like Carla Gugino, but her performance in The Haunting of Bly Manor was awful. Thankfully, the show did not rest on that. She was just the framing device through which the story was told, but she had, like, 7 different accents in her scenes. They were fucking terrible. And I was shocked. Because I get excited for Carla Gugino to be in anything, but normally she isn't doing an accent, and apparently she can't. I really wish they hadn't done that. Everything else about the show is fantastic. That is an incredibly superficial detail that really didn't detract from the show at all. Except when we went back to scenes with her, and I was like, oh, this is hard to listen to. Oh my. That would be pretty cool, Roland. Mila Jovovich, Gimishkar, what question could that possibly be the answer to? Mila Jovovich is not the answer to any question besides what the hell got into Paul W.S. Anderson. That'd be Mila Jovovich. You know, here's the thing. A good twist is telegraphed early on in any given story. a good twist should be technically guessable early on in a story, otherwise it doesn't really connect anything. But if the writing is good, then the twist shouldn't matter. I don't know, twists don't really do that much for me. Twists, you know, they can be good, they can just be a gimmick. I'm not addicted to them. Like I said, I always compare to The Leftovers. The Leftovers had no twists in it at all. The Leftovers doesn't tell you shit, ever. Maybe that's the twist, is that they literally never answer any fucking questions. I know some people saw it that way. Some people stuck with The Leftovers all the way through Season 3, like, when are they gonna answer the big question? And the joke was, they're not. That's not what the show's about. A little bit more umber, a little bit more ivory black. Alright. I know that mass production batch painting is just the most entertaining thing. But hey, you know what? We're making progress tonight. That's fair, and I appreciate that. Yeah, no spoils. See, the thing is, like, at this point, based on your recommendation and what I've heard about it elsewhere, I'm going to watch Midnight Mass. These days, like, I don't even watch movie trailers anymore. After a few experiences where, and I don't know why producers feel the urge to do this, or marketing companies or whoever, but a few cases where it's like, watching the trailer and then they just sort of spoil the whole movie, or they show some scenes with characters alive later in the movie, so as you're watching it you're like, well, I know that guy doesn't die because he's alive for this other scene. And I find that really annoying, so I just, like, I try to learn as little as I can about films, get spoiler-free opinions from people whose opinions I trust, and then just watch them. Just take them in. The less I know about them, the better. I'd like to develop my own opinion about them. And this is sort of part of what I was talking about earlier with trying to understand why I like things. If I can go in with my opinion untainted by others, then what I come out with should be more genuine. Unless it's anything Disney makes, because that's not art. That's the fast food equivalent of film. I just saw that Lock and Key Season 2 came out on Netflix, and I'm not geared up to watch it yet, but I enjoyed the first season. I have not read Lock and Key. I know that it is, what, a graphic novel series, I want to say? I do a decent job of avoiding spoilers for things like that. I've managed to avoid spoilers for... because Attack on Titan, for instance, is done. The manga is over. They've written the ending of it. So I could go read and find out what the end of the story is, but I've managed to avoid spoilers. I'm just waiting for the show to finish. I'm the same way with Invincible. I know that Invincible has been finished for many years now. I have managed to avoid any spoilers past where Season 1 ends, and I intend to continue that, because that is a fucking cool cartoon. I will, Data Nerd. By the way, Data Nerd, and those of you who have been joining me, what do you think of Doom Patrol so far? I just finished Season 3 of Doom Patrol myself. And what an ending, oh my god. There's a lot of stuff out there to watch, Data Nerd. There's a lot of stuff out there to watch. I can't catch all of it. Yeah, Invincible is fantastic. I enjoyed that watch quite a lot. I thought about picking up the graphic novels and just reading the story, but honestly, I would just rather wait for the show to finish coming out. And then maybe after I watch it, go back and read it. I don't know. We'll see. I agree, to square. Yeah, the ending of Doom Patrol Season 3 is... well... something that I don't really think is a spoiler. I'm just gonna say... and I don't even think it's gonna be true necessarily next season, but it's like the end of Season 3 is like the first time that they're together as a team, and you're like, hey, they're the Doom Patrol. Like, it's the very first time. And it was very organic. I really liked it. Running off to fight a giant scrotum. Oh, delightful. And, Brendan Fraser continues to just be such a joy. Such an absolute joy in that show. He's coming back to some show on the CW. I can't remember what it's called. Where he's like some kind of VIP being protected by a bodyguard and some kind of action comedy looking thing. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing CW would make. Watched the original Ghost in the Shell recently, actually really enjoyed it. The delivery of the messages behind the movie weren't great and seemed a little crammed, rushed, but still a great classic anime. Yeah. To this day, Heretic Scott, that's the only Ghost in the Shell I've really consumed. I watched the movie that they did with ScarJo, and it's pretty forgettable. Like, I can't be offended by it because it's kind of nothing. It's like, yeah, okay, that happened. That exists. I haven't really watched Standalone Complex. I feel like a long time ago I tried to watch it, and I just got fucking bored with it. People have told me that it's really, really good, but I haven't been able to make myself watch it yet. I find myself rewatching Star Trek before I do that. What about Batgirl? Talking about Batwoman on the CW? I still haven't watched that. They lost Ruby Rose like after the first season. It seemed like it really stumbled out of the gate. Oh wait, really? Brendan Fraser is in the... because they're making a movie, Batgirl, right? And Brendan Fraser's in that? I did not know that. Huh, okay. You know, that happens a lot. That happens a whole lot, Waffles. Just to shows in general, not even just anime, just discussing television, it's like people have an idea for one really good season. Like they've got one good idea for one solid story arc that's going to be really interesting. And they make it. And everybody loves it. It's new, and it's fresh, and it's clever, and it's got some good writing, it's got a pleasing arc, it all comes to a conclusion, and then it's over. And everyone's like, oh my god, this was amazing, when's season 2 coming out? And then the writers look around and go, as soon as I finish thinking of what it's gonna be. And yeah, Heroes is one of the earlier examples of the writers, like, literally writing things as, well, no, okay, let's be fair, pun expected. Heroes got heavily derailed by the writer's strike. And I can't blame them for that. It went off the fucking rails really early on. Yeah, exactly. It might have been different had that not happened. I think people forget about the writer's strike sometimes, but that happened and it affected a lot of productions. But I'm thinking like Downton Abbey. I think of, in anime, I think of Psycho Pass. Stranger Things, I think, is a great example. I still haven't watched Beyond American Horror Story Season 1. I keep meaning to. But yeah. I think Stranger Things is one of the best examples because Stranger Things Season 1 is it's classic. It's endearing, it's fun, it's interesting, it's engaging, it's relatively new, it has a lot of nostalgia. And then Season 2 is like, what do we do? I guess Season 1 again. And the one time that they do try to do something genuinely new, they have just like one weird episode in there that totally doesn't fit with the rest of the show, and just ugh. It was not good. I mean, if you like it, that's fine. I guess it's entertaining enough, but the thing that kills a lot of them for me is it's not even like the second season is bad. Like, it's not like Downton Abbey Season 2 is bad. The problem is that Season 1 is so good. Same thing with Psycho Pass, Gimishkar. Season 1 is so good. And then Season 2 is like, it's okay. And it leaves me wondering, like, why the fuck did you bother? Why the hell did you even fucking bother? Why not quit when you're ahead? It just reeks of, I would like more money, please pay me, and I don't care. If you don't have any good ideas, don't make a fucking show, man. I guess I can't blame them, but I'm also not gonna watch it, you know? And that's just it. Like, it's not bad. It's not a bad season. Yeah, money now. It's just not even remotely as high quality or as heavy hitting as Season 2 or as Season 1. And my big problem with Season 2 of Psycho Pass is that it takes the main character and it completely undoes her massive character revelation at the end of the first season. It's like, hey, do you remember how Season 1 ended? And you're like, yeah. And it goes, shut up, no you don't, that didn't happen. I'm like, oh no. Oh, that's unfortunate. And I know the exact moment that I realized that Season 2 of Psycho Pass was really, really stupid. Okay, that's unfair. Was getting stupid. Not really, really stupid, but getting stupid. And it was when they pulled out the Heavy Dominator. Which, for those of you who haven't watched it, first of all, if you like cyberpunk, if you like themes of cyberpunk dystopian futures, the social commentary of cyberpunk stories like William Gibson, I highly recommend that you watch Psycho Pass Season 1. It is an anime, it is fairly violent, and it is really quite excellently written, in my opinion. It has some weak parts, but it really comes together by the end. In it, there are these weapons called Dominators, which are these handguns that are linked back to the system that determines the severity of a crime someone has committed. And when someone points a Dominator at a target, it reads their Psycho Pass, it determines the level of enforcement required, and it transforms into the necessary enforcement mode. It can do everything from stunning you to annihilating every atom in your body. This is the handgun that does this. This singular little handgun does all of this. It can destroy half a city block if it's dialed up to the right enforcement level. So in Season 2, they introduce, for one episode, the Heavy Dominator, which is that, but it's a huge rifle. And I'm immediately just like, why? Why? No. Why? I know why, is because you wanted a big, cool prop. Is because you wanted people to go, ooh, the Dominator's cool, the Heavy Dominator's even more badass. But I'm like, the Dominator was enough, dude. The Dominator was clever because it was this insane overkill of a weapon in this really tight, compact space. It looked like just a simple handgun, but it was wildly overkill at the same time. And you had to go and make a rifle out of it? Why? Like, why would you do that? That has no thematic benefit to anything. It's just, wouldn't it be cool if it was a rifle? And as soon as that's the primary writing consideration, you know what? I'm checking out. I'm checking out. There's literally nothing that a Heavy Dominator could do that a regular Dominator couldn't do. Doesn't make any sense. The internet episode is weak. Gimishkar, you're talking about the one with Spooky Boogie, which they say 3 million times over the course of the episode. Spooky boogie, spooky boogie, spooky boogie. I kind of like that one. I think that episode probably goes on for too long. It dwells on some things that it shouldn't. But the overall message of it I thought was interesting. And the notion of someone committing murder in order to claim someone's online persona. That's what I'm talking about with the cyberpunk themes. Because in that one, someone is murdered so that someone else can claim their online avatar persona and run their community. Because, basically, of an extension of the parasocial relationship to the nth degree. I thought that the theme was really interesting. But yeah, it got pretty into the weeds. That's what I'm saying, not every episode is perfect. Some of the episodes of Psycho Pass Season 1 are downright boring, but the good ones make up for it, in my opinion. Hey, what's up, Mafik? How you doing today, my man? It very well may have, pun expected. Saw a spot that I missed there. Oh no! I'm knocking stuff off my desk because I got too much stuff. Hang on. Ah, shit, where'd it go? It can't have gone nowhere. Give me a second, Chad. I'll be right back. Okay, I found it. Did I break anything? No, it seems intact. Excellent. Set that aside. One last group, and then we'll circle back around to the first four. And that'll be all of my Bowmen at least started, and we can start working through them. I don't think that's possible, Kursala. It couldn't have gone nowhere. Unless I have found a way to open up dimensional portals underneath my painting desk, which I don't think I have. If I have, that would be interesting information, just for, you know, humanity. Knocking things over work like letting it go, where some stuff just gets lost in the void. There's a very, very good reason that I no longer have my painting desk over carpet. Not just to do with the risk of spilling paint, but we all know that feeling when we drop a tiny plastic part and it disappears into the fucking Phantom Zone. I want to play in a Dune RPG. Didn't they just release a Dune RPG, Roland, recently? I know they were working on it last year. I don't know if it ever released. I wasn't paying attention. How you doing, man, Rofasal? It's good to see you, man. Heard good things. That was the one, I only learned about the Dune RPG, I mentioned this, Roland, back when we did our session of of Cyberpunk Red on the stream. And it was just funny because there was this one streamer, YouTuber, I can't remember his name, nor would I say it if I could, because he's apparently a douchebag. But I remember I was like, okay, if I'm gonna do an RPG on the stream, if we're gonna do a TTRPG, I'm gonna go watch other people who've done it more than just Critical Role, because I think Critical Role is like... Critical Role's amazing, but it's also a terrible place to go if you're looking for, like, tips on how to run your own RPG. Because Critical Role is a team of close friends and voice actors who have been playing together for literally, like, decades at this point, who know each other very well, who know how to play to an audience, who know how to improvise. Most of us are not that. Almost nobody can get the sort of gameplay experience that they get in Critical Role because they are a very particular group of people with a very particular set of skills and experiences. So I was looking for other people, more reasonable expectations, more reasonable people to sort of take tips from. And, again, I don't remember the name of this guy, but I wound up watching some of his videos because everyone was like, this guy's amazing, watch this guy, oh, his RPGs are incredible. And I started watching it, and I'm just like, I had this reaction. This powerful reaction. I couldn't say at the time, like, this guy's an asshole, this guy's a bad guy. I didn't know anything about him. I just watched his videos, and I hated him. You ever had that reaction to, like, an internet personality? You watch them, and you're just like, who the fuck is this idiot? Oh my god. Well, people liked him, so I watched a couple of his videos, and I was just like, oh, I cannot stand this person, just on a personal level. This is crazy. So then I had this moment where I noticed that he hadn't had any videos for like 4 or 5 months. I was like, well, that's odd, because he had really, really regular releases. What's going on there? So I decided I'd dig a little bit deeper. And this was one of those bizarre things where it was like, oh, 6 months ago, live on his stream Tabletop RPG, he subjected a player to a sexual assault against their will and then laughed about it. I was like, what? And then all of his content just stopped dead. And I linked this back to it because I'm reading about this, and they're like, oh yeah, he had written a whole, like, forward and how to play section for the upcoming Dune RPG. They straight up removed it. Like, they had to slightly delay the project because they had to remove everything that he wrote and get another writer in there. It was just, like, an amazing... It was also very vindicating for me because I had no idea about this. I was just like, this guy seems like a douchebag. Like, I don't understand why people are watching him. And I read a little bit more, and I'm like, oh, it's because he is a douchebag. I'm like the RoboCop of assessing online tabletop streamers. I look at them, and I just automatically know what they've done wrong. I didn't. I had no reasonable way to say that he was not a good dude based on the criteria that I knew. It just turned out later that he was kind of a shady weirdo. I do not remember the guy's name, and I wouldn't say it even if I did, just because I'm not looking to smear anybody, necessarily. But I'm sure that if you dig based on that information, you can find his name. I have no idea of any developments in the last 6 months. So if you go and read about him and it's like, oh, he was going through a bad thing and he's apologized and everyone's forgiven him since then, like, I can't comment on that. I haven't looked into it. I think that people do deserve a chance to come back from things like that. Sometimes, you know what, we're all idiots, and idiots do idiotic things sometimes. But it really didn't seem very cool. There are certain things as a DM you just don't do, you know? Go rustle up some grub. Joy of Painting Minis, thank you so much for hanging out, man. You have a great dinner. I hope you have a fantastic night. Could we get one more shout out for Joy of Painting Minis? Definitely go drop a follow. Follows are free, folks. Worst case scenario, you drop in for the next stream, you say, this isn't for me, and you move on. Best case scenario, you find a new place to hang out on Twitch. Thank you so much, Data Nerd. House Thunderhead. I have just no idea what kind of planet House Thunderhead would come. Oh wait, no, that writes itself, doesn't it? They come from a planet with a lot of storms. Someplace where the storms are so ubiquitous that, like, early habitation was nearly impossible until they developed, like, lightning farms to draw it away from the hab zones. Ooh. Ooh, now we're cooking. Well, yeah, but with more, you know, ground. The weed must flow. Yeah, maybe that's their only export. Arrakis may be the only source of the spice melange. But man, you ain't never lived till you hit that Thunderhead shit. I am honored, Roland, to even enter your consideration. Mannix, this is burnt umber with a touch of ivory black. I have one more model to do this to afterwards, and then we're going to take a step back, start removing the glaze, and start laying in some extra colors. Keeping this paint job so damn simple. I've been doing complicated paint jobs for like fucking months and it's been slowing me down, so we're going real simple. How you doing, Mannix? It's good to see you, man. Machine God, how you doing today, man? Have we gotten a shout out for Machine God yet? If we haven't, can we, please? Have you been streaming lately, Machine God? I haven't caught you on. I'd love to see you on Twitch again, my friend. Do have interesting news. Interesting news. Don't leave us in suspense. A 3D modeling commission. Ooh, what for? Well, if you can tell us. If you can tell us, I'd love to know what for. Excellent. Yeah, I know that EBT has been commissioning artists to keep their own Patreon going and releasing new stuff for the community monthly, which is pretty badass. I'm glad that you got picked up for that, man. I'll be excited to see what you come up with. They talked to me a little while ago about doing a mech for them, and I don't know, I'm not... I've got too much of my own shit to work on, you know? I do not suffer from a lack of ideas, only a lack of time and sometimes motivation. I'm sorry, what is EBT? Lexa, EBT is a group known as Everything Battletech, which is a popular and prolific community on Discord and Facebook, and also on Patreon for Battletech-related gaming content. Channeling some Gundam vibes, some of that Xeon goodness. Ooh, I can't wait to see what you come up with. Those are some classic vibes. That's that Kunio Okawara look that you know I'm so fond of. Absolutely, Lexa. And also, welcome in. Chugging away, chugging away. Alright. Set these guys over here. And come back to our first round of figures. Clean this brush off a bit here. And set you aside for a clean later. Alright, let's have a look at our flat brushes. Let's try something in this range. Well, my tube of yellow ochre going right from the tube, did I? Actually, let me get these bases out of here. They don't need to be here. They're just taking up space. Really, Achilles? Is it just that you, like a password issue? Nobody's, like, stolen it from you, have they? I know that's happened to people. I had somebody in, like, Thailand co-op my Hulu account one time. I logged on one day and it was like, look at all these random things that you should continue watching because you were totally watching them before. And I'm like, what? No, I haven't watched any of this shit. I go and look and it's like, your last login is from Thailand. Alright. Pick up a touch of this yellow ochre and see what we can do with it. Not used it in years. I used it again, tried to sign in since the code used sent the email. Yeah, because sometimes, particularly if you haven't used an account in years, if someone gets access to it, they'll just, like, sell it off. And then someone changes the email, and then it becomes very difficult to get access to it again. I hope that's not what happened to you. That can be a real pain. Well, that's, I think relatively good news, at least. If you have access to that email account and that's the one in use, then the email probably hasn't been changed, and that's... assuming that's probably just something that they can solve for you once they get a hold of you, but it is odd that they've left you waiting that long. A little uncomfortable. Sorry you're having trouble with that. I'm not going to do anything crazy with the fletching on these arrows. I'm just going to lean some white into it. Keeping it simple. I delved into, For All Mankind Season 2. Season 1 was really good. I'm hoping Season 2 keeps it up, but I'm on some level kind of ready for it to go stupid. It's the Season 2 curse, it seems like. I like to say it's going to be different because of Ronald D. Moore, but he did Battlestar Galactica, and Battlestar Galactica went pretty stupid in Season 3, so... Well, thank you for saying so, Achilles. I'm just, aiming for simple but decent-looking paint jobs. Something I can easily replicate across a bunch of models and then put them all in a big group and not worry too much about how they look individually. Did it? Was it, like, infested with Scientologists or something, and I didn't know? All I know is that the plot at a certain point went completely off the rails. If you watched it, you know the point I'm talking about. It was the part of the story where somebody filled a hat with names, and they reached into the hat and drew out a few names, and they were like, all these characters are robots now. And you're like, wait, but that doesn't make any sense, because this character did this thing, and why would they have done that if they were a robot? And the show's like, haha, fuck you. It was a shame it lost a lot of the fandom and following that it had, because I really quite liked Caprica, but Caprica did not get the support that it needed. Daywin, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Let's get a little titanium white on the palette. Oh my god, Lexa as well. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers, folks. Hope y'all are having a good day out there. For anyone who's following tonight who just joined the stream, I figured I'd let you know we are about to go on a short break from the stream, so don't be dismayed if I'm not on for the next week. That is a planned absence, and we're going to be getting going again on November 30th. Just don't want to surprise you too much. Can I put inks on a wet palette too? Yeah, there should be no reason. As long as it's an acrylic, or at least water-based. Yeah, Gimishkar has the right answer. With anything that you have any doubt of, test it in a small area that you're not worried about having a problem, because that is something that can happen is if it's particularly, like the medium is particularly thin, which is often true of ink, it can just kind of soak right in. So the right answer is test it with a small amount and see what happens. In fact, that's the right answer with almost anything you're in doubt over, is test it with a small amount and see what happens. That way, if it goes horribly wrong, it only goes horribly wrong in a tiny area of your palette that you can easily clean up. Same thing if you're wondering how something's going to look on a model. Either test it on a model that you don't care much about the outcome of, or test it on a spare piece of sprue plastic from when you assembled it. Don't test things on final pieces. That seems obvious, but, you know, you never know who needs to hear what, so I figure I might as well say it. Just looking at some reference photos and I stumbled onto this. Ooh, hang on, let me see. Oh my god. What? All I can think is, like, the moment you put that on, it is going to be just the most disgusting thing inside. Like, completely filled with sweat. Ugh, gross. Nobody wants that. Like being in a hot tub filled with your own effluents. Well, Papa Bear, technically you can do anything you want. Far be it from me to stop you. But maybe you get really, really lucky. It probably behooves you. Though, you know what? Interestingly enough, that's less true in this amazing modern world of 3D printing, where when we mess something up, we can just print another one. This is advice that was born of a time when models were only acquired through purchasing sprues and then assembling. And I admit, I've become kind of lazy as far as that goes, when I know that I can just 3D print another model if I don't like how something turns out. Oh, no, not the Battle Master. Which one did you print, Gimishkar? If it's one of mine, I know that the elbow joints can be a little bit brittle. Yeah. Yeah, definitely the elbows and the shoulders are both weak points, unfortunately. Not like super weak, but relative to the rest of the figure and how chonky he is. If it's gonna break anywhere, it's gonna break there. Been having antenna issues as well. That's something I need to address in the next update to those files that someone else mentioned, Gimishkar, is I need to break the antennas into their own separate piece so that you can print it separately and then just glue it down into the head. And that way if you break it, you can even replace it. And have it be a separate print so that you don't have issues removing it from supports and stuff like that. Currently, my free files are falling behind my production for some other files, so I'll make a point of getting to that, though. Some of these wrappings around the hand, just a touch. Ended up printing off a bunch of slice-like antenna head pieces. I can clip the antenna off and replace them. Yeah, that's basically what I'm talking about doing, except doing it on purpose and for you so you don't have to do it yourself. It's much easier for me to do since I have the root files, you know? And a good morning to you, Arkrave. How you doing today, man? Get out some of my pale rose blush here and see if we can't lay down a couple of skin tones that aren't terrible. Bottle's almost dead. I'm gonna have to go to the tube. Yeah, in fact, this bottle, I'm just gonna call it. I'm not gonna squeeze what's left out of there. Onto the tube. Use a reciprocating saw duct tape to a clamp I bought from Harbor Freight to shake my paints. You know what? That's some pro-level shit. That's classic. Before we had access to all these handy-dandy paint shakers, that was what a lot of people did. I wouldn't call that newbie shit. That's like advanced level hobbyist shit right there. And I salute you, sir. Gonna pick up the Desert Hill STLs when you get home. Been using the Grassland Hills. How you liking them, Arkrave? I hope that they have met with your expectations and satisfaction. We should have a number of new Hextech files coming out in early December, including new hills. Due to a recent stock order, the classic forward base and forward comm center are both about to finally get their version 2 upgrade. Somebody put in a retail stock order for a bunch of them, and I'm like, well, that seems like a sign. Like, I need to finally do the updates I've been talking about doing for a while. If they're gonna have a stock order and a bunch of people are gonna be buying them, like, yeah, I'd like them to be updated. They're the oldest of the files, and at this point, the weakest. Yes, Gimishkar. That's one that we're looking to have available this month. In fact, it's ready to go. I just need to send it over to Alex. I'm sitting right now on a trove of a bunch of files that need released, and I'm trying to drip feed them to him just because he has a lot on his plate, but yes. They're not going to be the same set, Arkrave. It's going to be a new, like, entirely new set of hills, like, different hills. The old set will still be perfectly viable. And also something to note, Arkrave, I do periodically do version 2 updates of old sets. When that happens, if you've purchased the old set, you will get the new set for free. You won't have to purchase it again or anything like that. I always make sure that anybody who owns the set already gets the version 2 update for free. These are about the most undetailed faces I have ever painted, and I'm just not going to worry too much about it. I'm going to do kind of a face, I'm going to do a little bit of hair, and then we're just going to move on. Because they're just militia, and who gives a shit? It isn't Gimishkar. Thankfully, that's not my ambition. My greatest ambition is to acquire some of the monies. Some of the monies. I could more accurately define it as enough of the monies to, you know, live comfortably until they put me in the dirt. But that is about as far as my ambitions go. my. If it isn't Penis Land Warrior. Dropping that tier 3 sub, you absolute madman. How you doing today, man? It's good to see you. Well, thank you for saying so to Square. I'm pretty pleased with it. Did I show you the objectives that I made? I showed them off earlier in the stream. For a brief moment. No, I am not, in fact, Electronic Arts. I know many of you may find that shocking. Quite the opposite. I am sworn to destroy Electronic Arts should the opportunity ever present itself, which, of course, it won't. Because I'm not that lucky. Wish I had room for terrain storage. Yeah, that's a luxury I've only recently acquired myself. That is a struggle I definitely understand. My skin tone and my leather are way too close together, and I'm going to adjust how I do the leather on future figures. Since I'm keeping this paint job as simple and lazy as I am, I need to have them be a little bit more distinct. And then do some fine-tuning on the beard and hair on these guys. This fellow, I'm just gonna say is bald, because that's easy. Might have a bit of a 5-head. I guess these guys aren't intended to be painted as bald. But they also have almost no hair detail, so I'm just gonna have to kind of make it up as I go. Oh well, he'll look fine when he's in with a bunch of dudes. Good enough, I say. What did I do with my sponges? Oh, I know what I did. Hang on a second. go. I'm gonna need several. Fuck are my scissors? How do I keep losing things? I have so much organization at work here, and yet I can still manage to misplace something as stupid as a pair of scissors. Hey, we're right here. Yeah, time stop. That's just another one of the deck boxes I was showing off earlier. I literally just used them before the stream. Which means I'll never see them again. How disappointing. At least I have a hobby blade. That can get me somewhere. Dumb foe! How you doing today, man? Just do a couple quick slices and we'll call it good. That is a huge pain in the ass compared to just having scissors. What did I do with... hang on a second. Let me go grab another pair. Well, they weren't where they belonged. Let's see how far that takes us. Excuse me. Nope. Data nerd, I'm gonna make that a water if you don't mind. Ah, cha-cha-cha-cha. How you doing today, dumb foe? Not too bad. Hope we're all well. Everybody seems to be doing pretty well today. You know, we've all got our issues. We've all got our problems, but every now and then, it's time to take a step back and just enjoy something simple like a little bit of model paint, you know what I mean? Oh, this stained nicely this time. It's exactly what I was hoping for. You know, watching this stream, you might develop the opinion that I drink too much. Only because I'm always drinking when I'm on the stream. The funny thing is I really don't drink most of the rest of the time of my life. I'm pretty much like a water and soda drinker outside of when I'm sitting down to paint. I wonder why that is. Probably just loosens me up. I haven't really put much thought into it. Painting Onis from Shadows of Brimstone Forbidden Fortress. I've seen some of those new expansion sets. Shadows of Brimstone's a really cool game. I haven't played it in years at this point, but what I remember of it, I enjoyed quite a lot. A friend of mine named Cade used to be really, really into Shadows of Brimstone. He picked up all the expansions and ran games at the local game store. I miss Cade. He was a good dude. Haven't seen him since I left San Antonio. Oh, missed a spot on this guy. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Sure, Data Nerd, I'm gonna go with that. That makes as much sense as anything else. It's probably the same reason that I drink when I play pool. It loosens me up just enough to actually be decent at it. Like 2.5 drinks is perfect. 2.5 drinks and I turn into like a pool and or bowling god. If I hit the full third drink, it all goes away. Become Thunderhead. Man, I'm always Thunderhead. Come on, what are you doing? What are you doing? Forbidden Fortress is feudal Japanese themed. Only play with those because we aren't super into the Wild West theme. Yeah, all it had when I was playing was the Wild West theme, but it was pretty cool anyway. Exploring like mines and whatnot. There was a weird little surge of Wild West themed games around that same time. There was that, there was Wild West Exodus. I think Deadlands got a new edition around the same time. And I haven't played Deadlands in years and years. Years and years. Yeah, it'll do that, foe. I don't know, I'm not really... I'll tell you the truth, I moved to a state where recreational weed is legal, and once that happens, I think a lot of people like me are just like, why am I drinking alcohol again? I did develop a taste for, like, fine craft beers and wines over the course of my maturation into an adult. And that remains. I enjoy wine with a meal. Or a good beer with a meal, with certain meals in particular. But I don't really feel the need to just sit around drinking so much these days. Which I think is probably for the best. Anyone know of an awesome board game? Wow, Lexa, that is a big, broad question. That is a big, broad question. What kind of board game are you looking for? There are so many of them, of so many styles, so many themes. don't you give us an example of a board game that you like? Lexa, what's one that really you like already, and maybe someone could name something similar? You just set off my Echo, by the way. Saying your name in chat, my Echo thought I was asking her a question. I was like, who is that oh, yeah, that's the Amazon robot that spies on me. Oh, found one already, did you? Well, okay then. Good job, team. I'm proud of us. Buddy and Boulder sent me a case with Hoplark Hop Tea, carbonated tea with hops, which is quite refreshing. Interesting. I have never had anything of the sort that I know of. Might have to look into this. This is the nice thing about living near Boulder, or just in Colorado in general. We have a lot of craft beers and creative drinks in general. Yeah, I mean, I've heard really good things about Boss Monster. I've never played it, but I've heard really good things about it. I'm almost always going to be a better recommender of, like, war games or skirmish games than board games, but we got a lot of people who play board games in here. I love tabletop gaming, you guys. Just all of it. Tabletop role-playing games, board games, war games, card games, logistics games, Euro trash games. No, I take that back. I fucking hate Euro trash games. I guess I don't like everything. Even that's not strictly true. There are some Euro trash games I can get into. But then there are some that are just, Eurotrash games for me are good when I'm playing with a group of people who haven't played it before. But I think we all know that experience with them, where, like, the one person brings it over, and they set it up, and like, they bought into the Kickstarter, and they got all the extra broken... Is broken token still a thing, by the way? I feel like I remember them having problems recently. But they've got, like, you know, the broken token case, and all the extra little special metal coins, and the replacement meeples, and shit like that. They're like, let's play this game, it's amazing, I'll teach you how to play. And what they mean by I'll teach you how to play is I'll lap you on the victory track 4 fucking times in the last round of play. You don't know what they're doing all game as you're struggling for every victory point, and then they're like, okay, time to calculate. It looks like I get 300 victory points for something that you didn't know you should be doing. Yeah. Maybe I've had a bad experience or two. Shit. To Square, take it easy, man. Yeah, get you some sleep, and dude, drive safe. Thank you for hanging out tonight, bro. I will see you on the Discord, which, that should be noted, we are going to be taking a stream break for the next week, but the Discord is going to be active, and I will certainly be around there. So make sure you go ahead and join up, hit ! Discord in chat, or follow one of the various links lying around in the About section. It's a pretty damn good Discord. I honestly would not recommend it if it wasn't a good community, but we've got some very, very talented painters, designers, writers, artists of all sorts. Mafik, you take it easy, man. Get you some drawing in. It's always good to see you in chat, man. You have a good night. Yeah, that's right. That's like just came out, didn't it, Riot Sister? Wheel of Time? I read those books, I think I said last time, I read through, I want to say Winter's Heart. And I know that there were a few more after that, but I also know that Robert Jordan either died right after that one or soon after. Which is why I laugh at all these poor fools who still hold out hope. They're like, oh, George R.R. Martin is definitely gonna finish Game of Thrones. Like, he's not gonna. He has the Robert Jordan on his mind. He's like, they can't make me finish these books if I'm dead. I'm gonna enjoy a nice high cholesterol diet for the rest of my natural life. It was supposed to drop tomorrow, but they're available now. Did they decide to release it early, or was this like a mistake? I guess it doesn't really matter much either way. Yeah, I thought it was the 19th. Maybe I'll watch one after this, as I'm prepping for the evening. I respect the notion that you, as you say, you're still processing though, because it's difficult to tell how you feel about a show coming out of the first episode. It is difficult to tell if the show is going to be any good coming out of just one episode. I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. That's been a popular thing lately, is release the first 3 episodes of a show. Doesn't always work, though. They released the first 3 episodes of Invasion, and all that told me was that over the course of 3 episodes, nothing fucking happens, and I don't want to watch the rest of them. Oh, hey, welcome back, Sumatha. I mean, you know, Riot Sister, I always think I try to be understanding of shows, and I think back to some of my favorite shows. In fact, one of my absolute favorite shows I always have to think of is Star Trek The Next Generation. If you watch Star Trek The Next Generation, now admittedly this comes from a different era of television, and they should know better by now. So, you know, be fair, but, if you were to watch Star Trek The Next Generation starting in Season 1, you would think it was just awful. You could be forgiven for being like, this sucks and I'm not gonna watch it. It took them, like, 2 whole seasons to get to a point where the show really had legs. Now, I don't think that that's a great excuse to do what they did, and I generally won't give a show 2 seasons to get entertaining anymore. They should know better by this point. They should be capable of making an engaging first season. But I will generally give a show halfway through the first season to really start to engage me, because I just recognize that they have a whole lot of ground to cover, you know? They've got characters to build, they've got plots to introduce, and the hook may not really land until halfway through the first season. That's how I was with Foundation, and, like, I'm probably gonna finish watching Foundation, because it hasn't really turned me off, but it's like, it's not a great show. I'm not gonna sit here on the stream and go, you guys should go watch Foundation, it's the best sci-fi. No, it's pretty mediocre sci-fi drama, is what it is. You've seen the show before, if you've watched any sci-fi in the last 15 years. It's not really special in any way, but it's watchable. If you really like watching Lee Pace just say things, which is understandable, so do I, then it's worth watching. Lee Pace has this incredible intensity. Same thing with Jared Harris. That's my recommendation with Foundation. You like Lee Pace, you like Jared Harris, give it a watch. You'll probably be happy with it. Burning right through these sponges. Well, and that's the thing, Riot Sister. The show is not the book series, like, at all. It makes reference to words and concepts from the book series, but it isn't really that story. It's something else. The Expanse is phenomenal. The Expanse sort of stands apart. Waffles, take care of yourself, man. Go do some stretches. Do what you gotta do. As someone who suffers from regular back pain, I feel it, man. Thank you so much for hanging out today, Waffles. It is always nice to see you, my friend. And tell that asshole Chaotic to come hang out and chat sometime. Ooh, Vergaderung's back. Now we can get going. How you doing, Verg? Oh, Fade Rat took convincing to watch The Expanse? Isn't this the final season of The Expanse? No. No, there should be at least 2 to 3 more seasons of The Expanse before it's over, as far as I know, based on the number of books there are and how far into the story they are. They have a ways to go yet. Season 6 is the final season for the series? Really? I find that surprising. Well, see, that's the thing, Sumitha. I really don't pay attention to any marketing materials anymore. I even avoid announcements of, like, when seasons are coming out, just because I prefer the experience of not thinking about it for, like, a year or two, and then having someone go, oh, it comes out next month, and I'm like, oh shit, no, really, that's amazing. So I haven't been paying any attention. I don't know exactly how the show matches up to the books, because the only book I've read was Leviathan Wakes, which is the first one. But it's my understanding that there's 7 books that they're done now. So they must be compressing something in there. That's fine, though. Like, I like series that end. I like television series that have a fucking ending. I'm completely done with the perpetual TV show at this point, so more power to them. You know the perpetual TV show. Ironically, the only one that I can think of off the top of my head would be like Supernatural, and I say ironically because that actually ended recently. After a bajillion years of being on the air. The 8th book just came out recently, I believe. Okay. You're talking about Dark Matter, Gimishkar? I liked that show. It was super cheesy, and I think that's what I liked about it. It had a couple of really solid performances in it, and it had a really fun setting. The design of everything was, like, weirdly a little bit generic, but just every time I watched Dark Matter, I got this feeling like I watched it, and I could see all the influences in it, and I just had this connection with the writer, where I was like, clearly we like the same things. I think that we read the same books and play the same video games, because I recognize, like, all of this. And old Zoe What's-Her-Name, who played the android, was a lot of fun. Wouldn't say her performance was particularly groundbreaking, but it grew on me after a while. But was it dangerously cheesy? I leave that determination to Chester. I feel like I'm qualified. All the best shows get canceled. You know, everyone bemoans the loss of Firefly and how it got canceled after one season, but honestly, after watching the Serenity movie, I feel like maybe we dodged a bullet on that one. Maybe it's not that Firefly got canceled too soon, it's that it got canceled at the perfect time to live on in everyone's memory as a what could have been, and didn't live long enough to start sucking. Because that's way worse. That's way worse. I think now we can call that, like, the Game of Thrones effect, where it's like this amazing show and everybody loves it, and then over time it's just like, oh, this is terrible. And the later seasons make it impossible for you to enjoy the previous seasons on a second rewatch because you know it's going straight into the shitter. Maybe it's better that certain shows die young. And I say this because I really do feel like Serenity was kind of a crappy movie. Crappy is strong. I shouldn't say it's a crappy movie. It had some severe weaknesses, though. It had a solid villainous character, and then it kind of took a dump on a lot of the main characters' storylines by trying to expand on them. And then it killed a bunch of them off for no reason, and then it was over. And it's like, oh, that's... kind of reduces my enjoyment of the original show, if I'm being honest. Alright, just a few more to pull the glaze off of. Did die a Firefly or live long enough to become Alien Resurrection? No, that's too cruel even for me. Alien Resurrection is a flaming pile of shit. Alien Resurrection is an embarrassing movie. I think I told you guys earlier, recently I tried to watch Alien Resurrection again after a long time, and I'm like, I thought to myself, maybe I'm being too harsh on it, maybe I'm remembering it as worse than it really is. No, it's really bad. Joss Whedon has done some really great things, and he has done some truly terrible things, WJ. Some truly terrible things. And I understand, yeah, we're comparing it because it's both Whedon, but at the same time, like, almost nothing is as bad as Alien Resurrection. White Wolf, you have a good night, man. I'm sorry you had a rough day. Hopefully, a little bit of rest will do you well. That's another subject, Langwin. Prometheus, Prometheus is better than Alien Resurrection. It's I think objectively a better movie than Alien Resurrection. I don't think that is really fair to compare the two. Because Alien Resurrection is fucking stupid. Prometheus has some interesting concepts at its heart. It has something that it is trying to say. It has some very, very stupid details that detract from the enjoyment and the reception of that core, but the core is there. Alien Resurrection isn't trying to say shit. Alien Resurrection is dumb. It has one scene in the middle of the movie that's kind of cool, and everything else is terrible. And it even looks bad. Like, Prometheus is maybe kind of stupid at times, but it's a very, very pretty movie. And that may not be the most meaningful thing, but I think that it's worth noting. Alien Resurrection looks terrible, like, even for the time that it came out. Like I said, I rewatched it recently, and I was astonished at how bad it looked. They only had, like, one alien head, like a physical prop, and they just, every time there's a close-up of an alien, they just kind of, some guy's waving it back and forth on a stick, and they have a bunch of steam coming out of its mouth for some reason. And then every other shot of the aliens, when it's lower than the neck, is entirely CG, and the CG of that era was terrible. God, I was really surprised at how bad it was, and for that matter, that so much of it, like the first act of the movie, plays out like a fucking comedy, which is so weird. Yes, Retio Santi. I did bowstrings and arrows for these guys. If it had just been a comedy, if they had just leaned into this movie is going to be a comedy movie, that would be more acceptable than comedic elements in what then later tries to be a sci-fi thriller. It's all over the map. And the map leads straight to Shitsville. X marks the spot, and that spot is deep in Joss Whedon's ass. And I mean, like, Sigourney Weaver delivers a straight-up embarrassing performance. Like, it's so... She clearly just does not give even one tiny fraction of a shit. She had to have been there purely for a paycheck, because she's not even remotely trying. It has the second worst basketball scene in film history, in my opinion. The first being the one in Catwoman. It's very, very hard to outdo that scene. I was saying, Shock 21, I recently rewatched it, and I regretted it. I thought to myself, this will be fun as a hate watch. I thought one of two things was going to happen. Either I would have fun because it would be so bad that I would kind of enjoy hating on it, or maybe it was better than I remember and I would get a new perspective on it. It was worse than I remember. I actually hate it more now than I did before I rewatched it. I think the first time, or rather the last time that I saw it prior to the rewatch, I was like young and inexperienced enough that I didn't fully understand why I should hate that film as much as I now do. Yeah, I even like Ron Perlman, and he couldn't save that piece of shit. She actually did sync that, yeah, no, I saw that, Sumitha. That she did sync the over-the-shoulder shot, which by itself is, like, really cool. Doesn't save the scene. Like, even knowing that, I'm like, well, that's really cool, Sigourney. That doesn't quite balance out the fact that you agreed to be in this fucking movie in the first place. Like, I'm excited for Sigourney Weaver, she has that story to tell, and that's great. The movie is still so painful to watch. It's like, you know, The Lord of the Rings, there's the classic, you know, everyone always leans over to tell you when you're watching it, when Aragorn kicks the helmet and screams. You're like, oh, he really broke his toe in that scene. That fact is only interesting because the movie's good. If that movie was a pile of shit, no one would remember that. Ron Perlman's always playing, like, 9 times out of 10, that's the character that Ron Perlman is playing, Langwin. Which, 9 times out of 10, that's fine. I think it's fair to say Ron Perlman is not the problem with Alien Resurrection. If you're picking out things that are wrong with that movie, Ron Perlman's in it is not one of them. Winona Ryder is more of a fucking problem than he is. I don't even think Winona Ryder is that terrible of an actress now, but she was not great back then. She's grown a lot. Where is my goddamn shoe? I always love that scene when he gets eaten by the baby kaiju. One look! That's all I needed. Yeah, every single character is Hannibal Chow. For Ron Perlman's career, it's like City of Lost Children, Beauty and the Beast, and then every performance from that point on is the same fucking thing. But it's endearing, and we love him for it. I mean, yeah, some actors get away with that. Look at Kevin Costner. He delivered one performance for his entire career. Happy Man O'Coral. How you doing today, man? It's good to see you. Oh, I'm so close. I'm so close. We haven't finished painting these guys, but we have done the lion's share of the work getting the basic glaze done. Across... Fucking how many is this? 32 models? That's not bad. Let this settle in, and in a few hours give them a few swipes with a few more colors, and they're going to be looking a hell of a lot better than they were. In the Name of the King. Yeah. Ron Perlman was in that, too. In the Name of the King is a movie that I swear to God is like... It has such a weird blending of somewhat talented / famous actors and super low budget and then just total piece of shit actors and actresses. I look at In the Name of the King and I feel like this had to be a bet. I feel like the movie had to be a bet. Like, they got together and all the actors in the movie, like, reached into their pockets and pulled out whatever change they had, and they were like, can we make a movie for $32.50? It was fucking ridiculous. Who can we hire for $50? Christiana Locken's free? Sure, let's do that. She just got done with Blood Rain. She'll pay us to be in this movie. Yep, Ray Liotta. That's right, Ray Liotta's the bad guy. Yeah. That's what I mean. You look at the cast and I feel like it was a bet. It had to be for fun. Or it was one of those things like maybe a few of them hadn't been in a movie for a while and they just needed to be in something to keep up their membership in the Screen Actors Guild. You know? Yeah, and Burt Reynolds, oh my god. I sometimes forget how many people were in that movie for how terrible it is. Hoping to keep this silly Night Haunt piece together. Bahamut? I always said Bahamut when I was a kid when I was playing Final Fantasy, but I have no idea how it's pronounced. Does anyone know? Probably not. I hope the Night Haunt painting is going well for you, man. This is the thing, though, WJ, the thing about that, Jeremy Irons in Dungeons & Dragons, like... Jeremy Irons was getting paid, and he had fun with that movie. Like, I watch In the Name of the King, and I don't feel like anybody's really having that much fun. Maybe Jason Statham was having fun. It's hard to tell, because he gives the same performance every time, too. But you watch Dungeons & Dragons, and it is just an awful movie. It's so bad. But Jeremy Irons is just like, whatever. Fucking, yeah, sure. I'm just gonna ham up every single scene that I'm in. Don't mind me. He delivers some of the funniest fucking lines. To the point where I would almost say that that movie is worth watching once if you haven't seen it, just to get the Jeremy Irons of it all. It probably isn't. I'm probably wrong, because it's a terrible movie. With a really, really confusing scene where Marlon Wayans gets brutally murdered after being like a cartoon for most of the movie. Like, you know what this comic relief character needs? Is a violent murder scene. Oh, okay. There's like a whole story about that movie and how it got produced, and I'm not familiar with all the details, but I know that like the director had been trying to get the movie made for a long time and put up a bunch of his own money into it, and like he was one of the producers, and like they couldn't get a director, so he was just like, fuck it, I'll direct it myself. It's something like that. I don't know the full story. I just know that it's weird. Jason Statham, you know what, you're right. He did play a different character in Snatch. Okay. Yeah, but Snails wasn't likable. That's fucking Marlon Wayans. No, he wasn't. Nobody in that movie was likable. Do you remember the dwarf? I don't know why most of those characters were in the movie. Except that it was a Dungeons & Dragons movie, so they're like, we need a dwarf warrior. What's he gonna do? Nothing. He's gonna be there. And at some point he's gonna say something really clever and funny, like, don't you know dwarves are terrified of horses? And that's the whole thing. But that's not it, CWJ. That's not the point. The point isn't, do you like Snails and does it hurt you to see him killed? The point is, likable or not, he has been the comic relief character for the last hour. And, Red Letter Media did a commentary on Dungeons & Dragons, and they put it absolutely perfectly in theirs when they said this would be like, setting aside the fact that there's a large portion of the fan base that would enjoy watching this because they're sick weirdos, it would be like if halfway through The Phantom Menace, there was an extended sequence where Jar Jar Binks was beaten to death. Setting aside the fact that a lot of fans would be like, yeah, kill Jar Jar, that would be incredibly awkward and really off-putting, whether you like the character or not. Like, oh, this children's movie, and the goofy cartoon slipped in the poo-poo, ha ha ha, and then Darth Maul just is like punching him in the face, just over and over. Were there Vergaderung? I only know about the one. Alright folks, give me just a second. It is about time for the Storm Report. I am going to take a short bio break here. I'm going to stretch my legs. I'm going to grab something to drink. I'll be right back and we'll roll right into checking out your art that you've shared with us. See you in a second. Okie dokie. I think I saw that just before I left Langwin, and yeah, I think that's maybe a better comparison. It's like watching Temple of Doom, and halfway through the movie, like, Molaram just murders Short Round in an extended and outright vile sequence. Oh, Vergaderung, that's a good idea. Yeah, that movie series, Mythica. That's actually a really good idea, because he almost certainly has not seen Mythica. Most people haven't seen Mythica. Why would you? It's... You look at it and you're like, oh, this looks terrible, and it has Kevin Sorbo in it. Oh no, Bahamut. Yeah. So first of all, welcome to the stream, Bahamut. But we have an art review section at the end of every stream that we're about to roll into, which is called the Storm Report. So please, I think it might have been closed, but mods, please allow Bahamut to go ahead and post. All you need to do is jump on over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by hitting !Discord in chat, or by hitting, there should be a little button down there maybe. Jump into the Discord, go into the channel marked the Storm Report, and go ahead and post a picture of what you're working on, and we'll take a look at it here in just a second. Please do. Mythica movie watch party. There's like 5 or 6 Mythica movies, and I'm not opposed to this at all, because the first one is awful. The first one, like, it has the seeds of potential to it, and the whole thing watches much more like I think someone noted Dungeons and Dragons is like watching somebody else's D&D party play through a campaign. This is much more like that. This watches like someone's actual D&D campaign. Play and win with that Prime sub, 14 months. Dude, thanks. How you doing, Play and win? It's good to see you, buddy. But yeah, Mythica, Matt Mercer plays the villain. He's like some kind of warlock. I don't remember his name. And he is hamming it up the entire time. The first movie has Kevin Sorbo, but it's one of those roles where they could afford Kevin Sorbo for like one afternoon, so they shot as much as they could. So he's on like maybe 2 or 3 sets, and he just kind of pops in, and he's like, wizard stuff, I have to go do the Gandalf thing, see you later, party. And he disappears. And then Kevin Sorbo, I don't think he's in any of the later movies. I think they dropped him entirely. But Mythica is fascinating to watch for one reason, one very specific reason. It gets quantifiably better from one movie to the next. Like, you can measure it from the first to the second to the third. It's like the costumes improved, the sets improved, the writing improved, specific actors got a little bit better at what they were doing, the direction improved, the blocking and the cinematography, like quantifiable improvement from movie to movie. Like, these people were trying. They clearly wanted to make some really fun fantasy movies, and in the beginning they just weren't sure how to do it. And as they worked more and more on it, they just got better and better and better. And by the time you get to the end, there's like some really kind of unique set pieces and fun sequences. There's an extended chase sequence with like a steam-powered carriage, I think in like the 3rd or 4th movie. It gets more and more entertaining. And by the end of it, like, you're kind of invested in what's going on. And as I said, though, through the whole thing, Matt Mercer is playing an evil warlock, and he is just... Well, you know, here we are on Twitch. So if you've watched Critical Role, you know what kind of a ham Matt Mercer is. And he's a delight. He really is. And thank God Kevin Sorbo leaves after, like, one movie, because he dragged... It's funny that he was, like, the celebrity they got to be in their movie, and he drags the whole thing down into the dirt. I know how that goes, Play and win. What are you working on, man? I want to give Bahamut just a minute here to go ahead and get his picture posted, because I want to see his Necrons. That could be fun for Godero. If that's going to be the case, then our next few movie watch parties are pretty well decided for us. We need to do one more show watch party where we finish up Doom Patrol Season 1. We need to do at least 3 watch parties where we watch the Lord of the Rings extended cuts, which are going to be the next ones. I'm going to be starting that after Thanksgiving. And then, sure, let's watch Mythica. because I haven't watched them in a while, and I like them. I like them. I don't think they're good movies, but I like them. They show passion. They show a love of cinema and fantasy that maybe isn't always expressed in the best way, but it's very honest. It's very honest. Papa Bear, if you got something to post, please feel free. Mods, please allow him. This is going to be our last stream until the 30th. We're going to be gone for about a week over Thanksgiving. There may be, I'll let you guys know again, there may be an impromptu stream next week. I'll let you know before it happens. If it does, it is going to be a live streamed game from my game room of either Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings, or Warcaster Neo Mechanica. That's very likely to happen, but I'm saying maybe because I'm not sure if Hethrir is going to be up for it or not. And it's going to be more of a tech test than a real stream, but we'll be playing some tabletop games and having a good time since I've actually got everything set up now. I think Conquest is actually going to be very watchable because it is a maneuvering game of big blocks of infantry. It's very easy to tell where everything is from an overhead view. Well, we can rearrange it for God Wrong. We're not entirely married to doing Saturday movie nights. That's just kind of what we've done so far. Well, I'll shop that idea around this next week, and we'll pick out some times to go ahead and watch Mythica. In fact, I think that's kind of hilarious. That's what we'll do. We'll do watch parties for Lord of the Rings extended cuts, as in, like, the greatest fantasy movies ever made. Some of you may want to argue with that. And if you do, you know what? That's fine. I understand. Maybe some other fantasy movie is your favorite. Maybe you're really, really in love with John Borman's Excalibur, and who am I to tell you that you're wrong? But I think it's fair to say that The Lord of the Rings are among the greatest fantasy movies ever made. And then we'll watch Mythica. We'll go from, like, the Return of the King and the fall of Mount Doom and the elves leaving for the Grey Havens, and we'll go right into Kevin Sorbo in, like, a bad robe that he bought from a Spirit Halloween store. It'll be fun to watch, though, because we can chart, like, what improved from story to story. Because it's like, even the armor in the first movie is terrible. It's like shiny chrome shit that they got from, like, you know, an Indian mass production catalog. And then by the second one, they're like, hey, if we rub paint onto the armor, it doesn't look so shiny and new. And then by the third and fourth one, they've got, like, custom made stuff. It's really funny. And like I said, it shows love. I'm genuinely happy to share Mythica with people because I feel like nobody's fucking watched it. And I sat down over a weekend and I watched the whole thing. I want to go into, like, Critical Role sometime and just remind Matt Mercer of those movies. There's no way in hell they would ever see my message. I'd have to, like, pay money to get it to show up or something like that, but I want to see Matt Mercer's face when someone's like, hey man, do you remember Mythica? You remember being in those movies? He's probably a good sport about it. I don't imagine, from what I know of Matt Mercer and from what I've seen of him, that he would be terribly embarrassed by those films. He's probably, like, perfectly proud of his performance, because he gave it a good run. Go from Lord of the Rings to the MTV adaptation of Shannara. You know what, pun expected? That show was not that bad. It wasn't great. It wasn't great. But it was not that bad. There were parts of MTV's weird Shannara adaptation that were okay. I only say that because, like, I've watched some really, really bad shows, and I don't feel like that deserves to be lumped in with them. It was just not great. It had a couple of solid performances. That's okay. Papa Bear, if you do want to post something, please feel free to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and get started seeing what people have posted to tonight's Storm Report. Yeah, like, it got canceled right as it was getting good, Kursala. Like, it was just sort of finding its feet, and then they canceled it, which sucks.
All right, locusts and gentlemax, get ready to feast
Haven't seen
your eyes
Willow?
on glorp paint
Oh my
and wet
God.
palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
All right. Let's see what we've got. Oh my god. Hang on, let me move my oil palette before I slam my elbow into it. Tell you what, in this next week, I'm gonna clean out and reorganize my whole painting area because it needs it right now. The whole thing. Mojok and Monmon. 1 week, 1.5 weeks old now. You can tell they're rascally little shits because they won't slow down long enough for a clear picture to be taken. Look at them. Look at them. They're wily. Those adorable little ears all folded in. I really like the pattern. I really like the pattern on this guy over here. Oh, my feek. I have a major weakness for kittens. Like, they can be complete bastards, and I will absolutely tolerate it. I'm a huge pushover. I'm sorry, I'm just scooting my models back here, so I've got a little bit more space to work with. Needs more contrast. Darker darks, lighter lights. Yeah, let's get some better highlights on those kitty cats. Oh, my feek. They are fucking adorable, dude. Please, anytime you feel like posting pictures, and this goes for everybody. If you've got kittens or puppies, those are always an acceptable choice for submissions to the Storm Report. It may not be your art necessarily, but I don't fucking care. I want to see your kittens and I want to see your puppies. Oh my god. I don't have enough kittens in my life. All my cats are too old. All my cats are too old. Oh, jeez. Well, thank you for sharing, Mafik. Here we have from Play and Win. After a bit of a hiatus, I'm back with more plastic Marvel dudes. This time I branched into some villains with the spider foes. Yeah, you've been having a lot of fun painting up the good spider team. So I'm curious to see what you're doing with we've got Carnage here. Let me see, are you going to be doing Venom? I guess I should read what you wrote. Up first is Carnage. Topical, given the recent Venom sequel, which I admittedly have not yet seen. I haven't seen it either. People say good things. Although I picked him due to recent success with him on the tabletop, he's pretty straightforward in his usage, with most of his focus being on his basic attack to enable his superpowers to amp up his attacks. Although he does have a nasty AoE spender. His first superpower just adds dice to his next attack with a chance of damaging himself in the process. That seems to make sense, like he'd work himself up into a frenzy. His other superpower can trigger when he dazes or KOs an enemy, allowing him to move, heal all damage from himself, and make a free basic attack. This also makes perfect sense to me and seems very thematic for Carnage. Combined with his passive that prevents opponents' dice from exploding when defending from Carnage. Carnage is a murder machine on the table, as well he should be with a name like that. Plus, he really hates Eddie Brock, so if the opponent is fielding him, he gets extra good at killing Venom. Also, I know I've complained about Atomic Mass games. I know I've complained about them. So I like to point out the things that they've definitely done right, particularly with MCP. And I will say that while I don't like all of the mechanics of Marvel Crisis Protocol, they do a wonderful job of making the characters feel like the character. The abilities that they have are generally very, very thematic. They are they match well to how they're written in the comic books, and I really appreciate that about them. That teen there, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Let's see. In terms of paint scheme, I'm quite happy with how he turned out. The black lines along the veins are some of the cleanest I've done, I feel. I don't love the face, but I chose to do all the red scheme from the comics more so than the more black scheme from the recent movie, which is the one the studio went with, so it might not have fit the model as well. Is he more black in the recent movie? Again, I haven't seen it. Again, I have not seen it. What is your favorite breed of sandwich? Well, that's a pretty broad category. It's a pretty broad category. Do gyros count? Yeah, gyros are sandwiches. I have to say, they're probably among my favorites. A good gyro, you know? Some lamb in there, some onions, a little tzatziki sauce, maybe a couple slices of tomato, you know? They are. Oh, Coral, get that shit out of here. They're totally sandwiches. If you're gonna make me pick something that's stuff in between two slices of plain old bread, like some boring-ass motherfucker, then I'm gonna say BLTs. Because BLTs are delicious, just because they're full of bacon. But I love me a gyro, man. Yeah, I haven't seen his look in the new movie. But I definitely like... The all-red reminds me of my favorite incarnation of Carnage, the most nostalgic incarnation of Carnage, which is, from Maximum Carnage. Remember the Super Nintendo video game, Maximum Carnage? That's always what I think of. I enjoyed painting this model, and I think some of the other Spider-Foe sculpts are quite good as well, so hopefully I'll have some more of them to share sometime soon. There's a new Dr. Octopus, isn't there? I'm pretty sure there's a new Dr. Octopus sculpt, and if you're gonna be working on that, I'll be very excited to see. Damn, this came out nice. That red is good and vivid. You've got some good deep red shading on it. It's not boring. It has a good depth to it. And yeah, the black lining does a real... Like, you don't have to do any highlighting on the black when you've done good highlighting on the red. This looks fucking phenomenal. Like, I'm sitting here playing when I'm looking for weaknesses. I'm looking for things that don't look right. And the only things that I can pick out, I don't think are even visible at average viewing distance. The vast majority of this is really, really well done. The shading on the red looks fantastic. You've picked some really, really good highlight spots. I particularly appreciate the attention you've clearly paid to Cletus' buttocks there. That's a nice touch. Yes, there is a Mysterio model now, and it's a pretty good-looking one, I'm pretty sure. I've seen a few shots of it. I haven't seen it in person, but it seems like a good sculpt. I've always liked Mysterio. Mysterio has 5 Mystic defense. Oh shit, there aren't... You know, last time I played, I noted there weren't that many characters with high Mystic defense or attack. 1 for physical and energy, but that, again, that ties right in with what I was saying about AMG and making their characters very thematic. Like, Mysterio should go down to, like, 1 good punch, but should be very hard to hit overall, you know? There's a big wave of Mystic characters. I'm glad that they're filling that in, because I think that was a weakness in the core set. There were a lot of characters that were physical and energy, and not many that were Mystic focused, though there were a lot of abilities that related to Mystic. So it felt like they must have had something up their sleeve, and I'm glad to see that they're pulling that out. Yeah, I agree with that, Sumitha. I think the teeth are the only thing here where I'm like, they want a little bit of something. But when I think about, does Carnage have white teeth? I thought Carnage just had red spikes for teeth, like they were the same color as the rest of his body. But I mean, that's like... The rest of the model looks so good, I don't think I can care. Really nice highlight job on his eyes, too. Playing Win, this is fantastic work, man. And good job on the base, also. Oh, man. If you're doing more Spider-Foes, I can't wait to see him. Dormammu released last week. Killed a bunch of my dudes this evening. Oh, shit. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. Interesting. Nice work, Playing Win. I always love seeing your paint jobs, man. I'm glad you're back to the painting desk. I know you've had a lot on your plate lately. Here we have from Cav Tankerous Miniatures. Look, I'm actually working on stuff. Gonna try the contrast paint as a wash method on these for my Mercenary Command Lance. Ooh, we got a Crusader and, I'm gonna say the name of the mech later, and we're just gonna fill it in here like I said it. And nobody can prove that I didn't, because my mouth is covered. Avatar, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna edit that in on the VOD, because I couldn't remember what it was. I do like the new Crusader sculpt. CGL has done a good job with a lot of these, of sort of hearkening back to their original Unseen designs, while still updating them to be a little bit more modern, and I think the Crusader is one of the best recipient. Like, the Crusader and the Phoenix Hawk kind of made out the best, which I don't think irony is the right word, but they're both from Macross, and they both turned out pretty nicely. Let's see this. Okay, well, yeah, and see what I'm seeing there is he's got, like, white inside his mouth, and that's just used to highlight the sort of black-red fangs. But yeah, you're absolutely right, playing Wind. That's true not just for Carnage, but for a lot of Spider-Man, the Spider-Man himself, as well as a lot of his villains. The colors on their costumes are going to vary wildly depending on who was drawing them. Akelis, thank you so much for hanging out tonight, man. I hope you had fun. I hope you're enjoying your model painting journey. I hope you continue to share with us, man. I hope to see you back on the stream. We'll be back in a little bit over a week, man. Have a great holiday. Have a fantastic Thanksgiving, dude. Not a huge fan of the new Crusader. Prefer the shoulder launchers. See, Shock, I'm exactly the opposite. I like the goofy. Like, I know I'm the person who very specifically is like, I don't like LRMs mounted in arms. I think they're silly. But when you dial the silliness up to a certain level and you do, the cuffs with missiles in them, I'm like, this works for me. This works for me better than a lot of the other ARM-based LRMs. I mean, Shock, that's not even the first thing I've been wrong about today. Here we have from Avash, working on some more 100 Kingdoms after being in a hobby slump. Avash, if this is your definition of a hobby slump, with as many 100 Kingdoms models as I've seen you working on lately, you're doing just fine, buddy. Here in the background, we see some of the models I've been working on today. These are our 100 Kingdoms Militia Bowmen. Much more colorful than what I've been working on. Loving the look of your Steel Legion, by the way. I really kind of like how you've still got those bright colors mixed in there, but they've got a lot more just armor, so they're more muted than a lot of the fabric-wearing forces you've been painting. I think these guys are going to look great together. Yeah, I think that the Zeus's LRM is maybe one of the most practical arm-mounted LRMs, because it's got like that weird punchy fist plate on the front of it. And I'll totally admit that the Crusaders ARM-based LRMs are really cheesy, but I like them anyway. They're corny enough that they're actually fairly appealing to me. Yeah, that barrel fist. I still wonder where the hell the ammo goes, but that's such a problem with the entirety of BattleTech that I can't pick on the Zeus for it. Avash, these are looking fucking great, man. The Steel Legion are such cool figures. Now, I'm gonna finish the Force that I've built to play with next week before I paint my own Steel Legion, but I have 3 trays of them. Hopefully we'll be getting 2 in either December or January, so I'm very much looking forward to how yours come out. Look at them. They're big Dead Souls looking motherfuckers with 2-handed swords. I love the whole look of the Steel Legion. Damn, they have a big banner too. I haven't built that yet. Very nice work of Ash. Here we have from White Wolf, I've got nothing. Even though we're missing today due to a bad case of Tuesday, Monday strikes back. So here, have a creation. Oh yeah, that's right, this was Tuesday. Have a creation I saw at one of the transit centers I was in yesterday. It's like a snow kitty. Someone was just bored waiting for their fucking bus or what have you. I can think of worse ways to spend your time. We haven't had any snow here yet. I shouldn't say anything because we'll get it like right after I complain about it, but we really haven't had any. Yeah, you're right, Sumitha. Probably best not to think too much about it. Well, it's adorable, White Wolf. I'm sorry, Riot said, yeah, I know. I forget, anything that I suffer, she's also going to have to suffer. Oh, here we have from Sam Minnie, a little Empress of Mankind halfway done, but she is getting there.
If you don't respect the cat, you're going to get the bat.
I don't want the bat. It's not as fun as it sounds. Of course, the Empress of Mankind would have tatas roughly the size of her skull. This really is a nice figure. This is one of those ones that I saw around the time it was first released for printing purposes, but I never saw anyone actually work on it until now. And yeah, Sam Minnie is such a phenomenal painter. The fabric highlighting, it has such a wonderful texture to it, doesn't it? Just a very natural, creamy texture, and the shadows all match up with exactly where your brain says they should be. The face work continues to be fantastic. This is just like... This just reads as a tiny person. It's just right. The non-metallic metal is starting to come together. We can see we've been through a few steps of it so far. Still leaning into that contrast, getting it to come out. Damn. It's where her psychic powers... Yeah, they're psychic batteries. That's what they are. Sure, I'll buy that. Yeah. I can't... Look, every time Sam Mini posts something, I can't just sit here and gush, okay? That would get old really, really fast, no matter how much that's what I want to do. All I can do is present his work to you and encourage you to go give him a follow, because he paints these live on stream now, and it is something to behold. Damn fine work, Sam Mini. I cannot wait to see this figure finished. I particularly love how you've chosen to break up the colors. The gold and red work so well together. I like how there's like this little corset segment in here that has been decided to be red leather before you get to the gold breastplate. We got a little bit of fabric coming in here too. Be interested to see what the mantle winds up being. This is a good opportunity to introduce some new colors, and I'll be very curious to see what you do. Think her legs get cold with the metal boots and lack of pants? It's 40k. She's got like fusion heaters in her boots or something. You know. My question is always, who is the femme emperor trying to look sexy for? If it's just a female version of the Emperor of Mankind, she would just annihilate literally anybody who even looked at her. Jesus, Simotha. Jesus. When you put something down on stream and it looks like a render and he picks it up and it's like, that's a painted model. That's a painted model. Oh my god. Herself, damn it, let her feel good. There you go. You know what, Project Dark Fox? That's the truth of it. She just feels good wearing it, and that's all we need to know. Sam Mini, really lovely work on that, man, and I can't wait to see it finished. Here we have from Rockin' Robin Workshop, Ivy all done up. I have had the pleasure of seeing this one on Instagram. I really like the full-on plant Ivy that we've gone for here. This is just such vivid, vibrant colors. I love the introduction of the kind of orange-yellow for the interior of some of these vile blossoms. I really, really like the use of the kind of brown-orange on the fringes of these little mini Audreys. This is wonderful. And it's a good example of composition, again, with the way all these colors are balanced. I would note that I feel like her hair disappears a little bit into the blossom that she's sitting in. Just a little bit, but this is me looking at a really well-painted model and thinking like, I've got to find something wrong with it. I've got to find one little thing just so I can pick it out. So I'm not just saying, wow, look at this is fucking amazing. So when I try really hard and I act like a total contrarian asshole, I can say things like, well, the hair blends in a little bit. It disappears a little bit into the blossom. That's the best I got, though. That's or rather the worst I've got, because this is an incredibly well-painted figure, Rockin' Robin. Jeez, you have so many really good-looking DC figures, dude. I really like the green skin tones for Ivy, too. Really well highlighted. Like, I can pick out the musculature in her calves, I can pick out her ankle bones, I can pick out her knee and the dimples. Like, this is really well done. And I love the texturing on the big blossom petals. That's just lovely. Just lovely, Robin. And here we have Poison Ivy's derriere, as it were. Really nice texturing across all of the plant matter. Just in general, I love the kind of rough, almost violent texturing that you've done here, and then on the back of the vines, and on some of these. It makes the whole thing feel like, you know, if you touched it, it would be kind of spiny. And then some nice, really deep shadows on the undersides of the petals. That contrast helps a lot. But how you did the green in your section, fantastic. And for those of you who don't know, Rockin' Robin Workshop has his own artist channel in the Thunderhead Studio Discord. If you're interested in seeing more of his work, and he has so much. Go check it out. Also, could we get a shout out for Rockin' Robin Workshop, because he's been starting up on Twitch here, and he is a painter that is worth seeing. Avash, not by much. We were just looking. I was just complimenting your Steel Legion, noting that if this is your definition of a hobby slump with the amount of work I've seen you doing lately, you're doing just fine, buddy. You're doing just fine. We were working on these guys today myself. Yours are so much more colorful than mine. So much more colorful, man. And I really like how kind of muted your Steel Legion are by comparison. Your army is coming along fantastically. Oh, here we have from Wheezy. Finished my Comstar level 2. I did the white base by building up fairly heavy dry brushing. You can do some good white with dry brushing. Black primer, dark gray, dry brush, words. Excuse me. Sky gray dry brush, white dry brush. I finished the white with a bunch of very, very thin coats of white on the panels. I guess that's glazing. It's glazing or arguably filtering, but I've never done it before. Lots of the underarms, inside hips, and other similar parts are really, really dark, as they should be. Don't be afraid of deep shadows. I'm okay with that, as I think it works well and is more natural than making everything white. It is. You were on the right track. Anyway, it was a really fun process, and I love the depth it gives the white on the models. I was planning on doing another 6 Comstar in this scheme, but I may go for 12. Dude, they look great. Dude, these look fucking great. The deep shadows, like, the painting white is always a trick. Getting it to be deep and layered is always a trick. You're fooling your eye into seeing white. You're not really painting white. If anything, you could go, like, these look really, really good. The deep shadows are fantastic. They add that contrast that you need for it to read properly, particularly at this scale. And honestly, if anything, you could ease up on the white glaze at the end of it. Like, I think it worked well, but, like, you could go for more depth. You could absolutely go for more depth, particularly on the upward-facing panels. These look great. I was 2.5 hours over one day after 1.5 months of not painting. Hey, man. If you got that much done in 2.5 hours, I'm terrified to see what you can accomplish with a month of painting. I agree, Sumatha. I'm just going to tell you, I've never had an issue with the new CGL Atlas. I know I got a lot of shit, and I take issue. Take issue, that's putting it strongly. I have opinions on a lot of the new CGL sculpts. Some negative opinions. The new Atlas is not one of them. I think it looks really good. Fucking get to it, Avash. Nice use of the little splashes of color on this. I like the little gold bits. Here on the thighs of the Atlas, here on the shoulders over here, the front of the Sentinel we've got down here, and I really like the kind of Mars orange that you have for all the cockpit glass. Little splashes of blue just to keep it interesting. This is a damn good looking set of mechs. Keep it up, man. Keep it up. Do 12 more. Fuck yeah, they're gonna look amazing together. Really, really nice work, Wheezy. I kind of like the little lower skull jaw. Whatever. I don't really have that much of an opinion on the Atlas in general. Here we have from Sheza, finished up Hell for Marvel Crisis Protocol Custom Base. Oh, hella? Turbo Dork and Cephalopod Studios Fluorescence really took this piece to the next level. Yeah, you had worked on this a little while ago and hadn't quite hit what you wanted with the green. Looks like we got some of that Cuttlefish Colors muted Janet green going here, and ooh, that does. That really reads bright, doesn't it? I think that was a good move. Particularly for this sort of undulating energy, what have you, that's supposed to be coming off of her. It reads well as a glow. I didn't realize that he had any that were quite that fluorescent. Lovely work, Sheza. Just lovely, and good to see some more Marvel Crisis Protocol getting painted. I like the little bit of OSL glow you have on the skull pile, too. That's a nice touch. Well done. Here we have from White Wolf Storm Report, I want to finish building Sazabi, but... Edition. Weather and Ice say, fuck you, which means those last few pieces of Sazabi's main body will be waiting a while. Good news is, no break, but bad news is it's going to be rather difficult to do any sanding for a little while. I'm also a southpaw, so there's that too. You have my sympathies. Oh, no. That sucks, man. I'm glad to hear no break. But, a lot of times soft tissue damage can be just as bad. Bones will knit. Soft tissue may or may not come back together. Still, man, get well soon. Give it some time. You'll just be all that more excited to get back to building when everything comes back together. Feel better, White Wolf. Get some rest, man. Look at it as just, nature telling you, take a break. You've built enough for the moment. You'll have all that enthusiasm built up when you get back to it. Here we have from Vergaderung, all the current natural terrain for the Alien World map is painted, static grass, tufted. If you don't go crazy with the tufts, you can indeed put the forest templates on the hills. Seems like they work better on the desert hills than the grassland ones. Almost everything works better on the desert hills than on the grassland ones. I think the desert hills are just a categorically superior design, and that's kind of the direction I'm going to be leaning in for most of the hills that are going to be coming out in the near future. Fuck, this is cool. This is so neat. The sheer vibrancy of all these colors. Jabroni X 10. 10 little jabronis. How you doing, Walter? How you doing, Walter, who ain't no Walter? Walter's Workshop, man. How's things, dude? I haven't had a chance to chat in any of your streams lately. I've lurked in a few of them. I've listened to the shit talk, but I haven't replied. Hope things are going well for you, dude. And thank you so much for getting that shout out. Walter's Workshop, one of the most welcoming environments on Twitch. Very, very talented painter, bit of a maniac. A little bit of a maniac. He likes to do this thing called speed painting. Have you heard of this? Are you familiar with this? Where it's like you're painting things, but you're trying to, go fast when you do it? It's weird. I don't understand it. I don't even get how he does it. Right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Out of his damn mind. Walter's Workshop. Welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for that resub, man. Thank you so much for the support. And guys, if you're not following Walter's Workshop, please go do so. You won't regret it. Unless you just, hate having fun and hate good things. But, if that's the case, I can't save you, and neither can he. Oh, are there Thunderhead Studio dice? And, looks like maybe there's, that one. These two might be Thunderhead Studio dice. I don't know. Because, of course, Vergaderung didn't take the time to expose the logo. Thanks for that, Vergaderung! Oh my god. Is it the Brush Coven? No, Brush Coven is, we raid them all the time. Teal Security. That's the Brush Coven. Couldn't even display the dice. I mean, you've literally taken the time to paint up a bunch of other shit that I've made and do a fantastic job showing it off on a really cool mat, but you didn't turn the dice to my logo, man. Oh my god. If you don't paint first, you're last. Shake and bake, am I right? This is such a cool looking board. I just You know what I love about this? What I really love about this more than anything is I get that little thrill. I get that little swell of excitement when someone posts here's a bunch of the terrain that you made, Thunderhead, and I painted it. And look, it's a whole board covered in your stuff. I get that thrill. But this is a combination of efforts that just pleases me so much. Most of what's on here is Vergaderung's work. The alien forests, the crystal clusters, the amazing rivers painted in that really vibrant, sulfurous coloration that he's done. And then the hills are mine, but he's done them to match with the really, really cool blue grass. It looks like a genuinely alien environment, and the whole thing is so playable. You can put a mech in any hex. And that's the thing. This board that you're seeing right here is a hexed board. This is a gridded board. The map has a grid on it. Each and every hill, each and every forest, each and every river. When I started this Vergaderung, I was looking to prove a point. When I started making terrain, I was looking to prove a point. And a big part of that point was, just because you're playing on a hex grid doesn't mean your board has to look like shit. Terrain can look good while still conforming to a grid. And you're helping me prove it. We're helping each other prove it. This board looks fucking awesome and so much more interesting than 90% of the Battletech spaces you're ever going to play in. And then we got Comstar over on one side, American Militia on the other. This is... I love this. I love it. I fucking love it. Therapy Thursdays idea's been rattling around in my head for well over a year. Just the fact that most of it is done and turning out near exact what I had envisioned is incredibly gratifying. Echoing my thoughts. Also, I managed to make a scene where the American Militia parade colors are an effective camouflage. I was going to say that the American Militia actually blends in to the sort of lavender alien plants that you have on here. And yeah, 100% playable. That's just it. This board not only looks good, but it's like literally any hex is super duper easy for you to physically place a model inside of. And I think that this is important. People get lost when they're making terrain for war games. They get lost in making things that just look good, but maybe you gotta fudge the gameplay a little bit to make it work. Fuck that. Fuck that. This is one of the most playable boards on the fucking planet, and it looks great. I've seen, there was somebody who was posting pictures of a board that had been made where they were like, it looked really natural because they had done stuff like scattered little handfuls of pebbles and rocks and some of the hexes and stuff like that. And like, I look at it and I'm thinking like, this looks good, but what the fuck? Like, you're scattering pebbles over your board? Like, how do you clean that up when you're done? Like, you roll up the mat and kind of slide it off into a bin or something? Like, I don't know. I have no words. I mean, I've got lots of words, but I don't have any words that really get across how pleasing this is. Forgot-a-rung. Fucking great work, dude. Fucking great work from top to bottom. Oh my god. I want more pictures. I want more pictures. The way it's set up makes me wonder if there's a tabletop game that takes resources and other things into account like an RTS, right? You look at this and you're like, I should be, like, harvesting something from this river, or mining these crystals, or something. You could do that in a Battletech scenario. It's perfectly possible to do negative charisma. Here we have from the POV 42, the completed Black Knight / Carver that Cyber Knight sent me. Well, complete besides the snow flocking I'll do after varnish. It was a mildly quick and sloppy job because I'm feeling a bit under the weather, but I like the final effect. You know what? Quick and sloppy still gets the job done. This is quick and sloppy. This looks nice. This works. The blue and red work together really well, in particular. I love that. I love that he's popping off the double deuce. Good job on the basing, too. Looks like we got a little bit of cork work going on here, and you're going to have some snow. I can't wait to see that. This is... like 90% of people who like hand actuators on mechs like it because they let us flip people off. Really nice work, POP42. And thank you for sharing. Folks, give me just 1 second. I'm going to grab myself another drink because I went through mine, and we'll continue. Shock 21, have a good night, man. Have a fantastic night, and thanks for hanging out with us. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Okie dokie, let's keep going, folks. Here we have from Nash. Camera doing most of the work here this time. I know the feeling. Demon for my paint trade with brother-in-law. Base coating and cover coats and oil done. Gotta do the details and highlights now. Devil, as they say, is in the details. Oh my god. This is horrifying. It's like he's being degloved. I loved all the texturing work that had been going on before I saw the colors you were going to apply to it. Now it looks so meaty. It reminds me of like a character from Doom. I'll be very interested to see how the detailing affects this paint job because it's so visceral and so livid, isn't it? The use of the kind of lavender here for the, like, weird textured midsection with, like, the guts, that's... Only a few hours in, huh? Alright. I really like to work on the skull. The skull reads very, very well. Yeah, this is the tissue paper one, forgot it wrong. The flayed goat, that's definitely coming across. Like I said, it looks like he's been largely degloved. Which seems like a harmless enough phrase until you look up what it is, and then it's very, very uncomfortable. Please share this as you continue to detail it, because I'm very curious where this is going. This is a fairly unique figure. A very kind of aggressive choice of scheme and theme, if you will. Like I said, it reminds me a lot of something you would see in, like, Doom. Not necessarily the new Doom, but, like, old 1990s Doom and Doom 2. Feels like a character you might fight in that. Really, really cool stuff. Paint's still damp. He decided to take a nosedive right after this picture was taken and knock an antenna off when he hit the floor. I'll fix that damn antenna problem. I'm sorry about that. This is after the antenna had been replaced once before. I think they need to get snipped and replaced with bristles, which is a shame because the resin paints up better. I guess I could thicken them some more, but I don't know how much that would really help. It's just, that's a very, very tricky piece to print. It's a very tricky piece to print. I should do up a version of the crest that just has, like, pilot holes so you can drill and use bristles. Something flexible, or pins even, would be better. I'm loving the purple, though. The shading all across this Battlemaster is coming together real nice. Interesting choice of, like, a deep red purple, a magenta almost also for the cockpit glass, and then this sort of more desaturated, like, lavender for the armor overall. Poor Battlemaster keeps losing his antenna. I'm glad that you like the sculpt. I'm happy every time I see someone paint this Battlemaster, because I think this, of all the Dugram sculpts that I did, I feel like the Battlemaster probably came out the best. He's just so chonky, isn't he? Yeah, I mean, it should still be usable. Should still be usable. Either way, really nice work, and filled my handle with lead so it won't fall over again. Yeah, that's something that I did with my paint handle. Is I have a screw-in section on the bottom that I fill with steel fender washers, and it just keeps it from tipping over. I think more painting handles should have weights in the bottom for exactly that purpose. Well, lovely. Lovely work all around, Gimishkar, and thank you for sharing with us today. Here we have again from Captankerous Miniatures about 90 minutes of work on this avatar now. Trying out contrast paints over the base colors. I just spat everywhere. What was that? How is there so much spit in my mouth? That was bizarre. Oh, so far only Blood Angels red over Mephiston red. I think the shallow print details are making it pop less than on deeper detailed miniatures. Drasala, I'll redeem once the stream's... Oh, that was for his, this just in. Are we going for like a House of Rano? That's what I'm getting from this. Either Iron Man or House of Rano, and I'm gonna guess House of Rano. The Avatar is one of the mechs that the Cataphract is based on, is it not? Like, the right arm is supposed to be from the Avatar. It isn't? I know that the Caesar or the Kaisar is the torso. I would have sworn that the Avatar had a piece in the cataphracts. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I don't know much about the Avatar, honestly. It's one of the mechs that has almost completely escaped my notice over the entire course of my fooling with Battletech. These are his Scarlet Crusaders. Ah, okay. They have a very House Arano look to them. Always compliments when you can use red and gold together and not have it come off like a McDonald's corporate mech. This actually reads pretty well. I think the red is working well for you. That's Mephiston. That's the Blood Angels red over Mephiston red. It's decent. I would lean. I feel like you could get away with another coat. I feel like you could get away with another coat. Avatar is the Rakshasa for the Mad Dog. Oh, that's actually a perfect description that makes complete sense out of it. That explains why I don't know shit about the Avatar. Like, because it's post-clan invasion. I really don't pay much attention to that. Be curious to see what we've seen some of this scheme before. Now that I think about it, we've seen some of this scheme from you before, Cav Tankerus. I can't remember what you do with the cockpit glass. I'm gonna have to go dig back into your posts and check that out. Nice, clean work. I think you could do more contrast on it if you feel like it. I think that it would still come out looking pretty good. Here we have from Nanotanks. Have started building some Conquest, but no pictures of that. Oh shit, I'm excited to see that when we get to. But here's a car I finished. A Datsun Fairlady 240 ZG from 1971. 1/24th scale. Ooh. It's got some nice curves on it, doesn't it? I always like this style of headlight with the sort of angled glass and or plastic inset into the chassis like it is, and these sort of long, smooth fender coming out to a point. Competition aero cover. See, like, as soon as I said that, I'm like, Sumitha's gonna come in and he's gonna be like, well, those are called this thing and they're from this year and they were used in these models of vehicles. I knew it was gonna happen. And I'll tell you what, Sumitha, I've accepted it. I'm accepted it. I'm okay. I'm okay with it. Not sure about the actual terminology, but that's what they're for. That makes sense, because otherwise, yeah, this is going to catch a lot of air. Just aerodynamically, this is going to be a little pocket, you know? If I didn't know it was a model, I would guess that it was full size if I didn't look too closely at some of the internal details. So I'm going to say, damn nice build on this one, Nanotanks. I can't wait to see your Conquest work, dude. I hate to pull away from the cool build that you did on this car. I just cannot wait to see what you do with Conquest. Here we have from Shock21, work in progress, looking for opinions on whether to camo the guns or make them a different color for some contrast. First of all, nice clean prints and good smooth base coats. Secondly, me personally, I would do the guns in different colors. But I'm not always the right person to ask because I lean away from camo in general. It's not really to my taste for personal paint jobs. I like things that stand out a bit more. You could do something different with the guns without making them too flashy. Yeah, exactly, Sumitha. Like maybe a warm gray. Well, I mean, you could get away with warm or cool, but some kind of gray, giving you the opportunity to work in some deep black contrasting shadows. It would just help to break things up a little bit. And I think not just on the weapons, like if you did the weapons, and then maybe the internals of some of the joints, maybe even the fingers, maybe we have these two hoses hanging down on the blockhead, on the Wolverine, maybe you could do those. Just some little splashes of something else to break the camo up into different sections, I think would make it visually pleasing. Damn, these are really nice, clean prints, though. Wait a second. I printed these. Oh. I just had this moment where I'm like I forgot that I did that. I was looking at the Shadowhawk thinking, how did he get that version of the Shadowhawk? No one has that version of the Shadowhawk. That's my reposed Shadowhawk with the updated weapons. You can tell, like, the shoulder cannon barrel looks different, and I streamlined and lengthened the weapon on the arm, and instead of having the hand on top, I did the hand. I was like, how did he get that? Nobody has that file. And then I was like, oh, I remember. I printed these and sent them to him. Yeah, apparently that's what we're doing today. Good job, Thunderhead. Good job printing those. Well, I did a good job printing them, but these are nice, smooth base coats on top of that. So good work. How could I have forgotten that? It's just... It's terribly embarrassing. It's terribly embarrassing. Hey guys, look at my models. I do so love... This really is, like, my favorite version of my favorite mech right here. Don't get me wrong. I obviously love the Unseen of your Wolverines and your Griffins and your Battle Masters and whatnot, but the Shadowhawk just has... It just has so much style to it, doesn't it? That's a good idea, Sumitha. That's a really, really good idea. Some charring around the missile tubes and gun barrels. Just add in a little extra shading, you know? I do, Riot Sister. I produce so many prints, it's kind of disgusting. I look forward to seeing what you ultimately decide to do with these, but again, I would encourage you to work in some other colors just to break things up so that visually the whole model reads better, you know? Alright, let's keep going. Here we have from Punexpected. Ooh boy, I'm always excited to see what he's working on. Working on a mix of iron and silver on this Michael Contraros model. Feel like there's not enough non-metallic metal iron on models and wanted to give it a go. Ooh, iron is a tricky one. Skin was a workup from brown matter using just titanium white and a touch of cadmium red. Another post and run, gotta work in the morning, Punexpected. That is just fine, my friend. Ooh, that is nice, isn't it? So this picture can be blown up pretty easily, and I'll tell you, that's something that's... When we come back from our break, I will have made a couple of changes to the stream, and one of the things is going to be some visual improvements to the Storm Report so we can get some closer looks, but that iron is coming together nice. Those little warm tones that you've worked into some of the shadows. I like that. I like that a lot. Simple but effective. Very, very intricate model. Interestingly built. All sort of contorted, and the metal is jutting out of her flesh in a very painful looking way. I'll be curious to see what you do for the flesh surrounding the metal protrusions. That interests me greatly. Punexpected, you have such a great eye for broad areas of color, and I love how we have kind of green up here and blue over here. She looks like she is in great pain. Does it make me a weirdo to say that I like sculpture like that? I don't know. I have something for... It's like I really, really like the sculptures in the Chronicles of Riddick and the Necropolis. The male sculptures that are usually contorted into some really awkward position, and they tend to be like tearing at their own flesh or stabbing something into themselves with looks like... I don't know what it is about it, but it's just something speaks to me. Yeah, it's inherently evocative. And this one is similar. She's reaching up towards where these iron spars are protruding very painfully from her shoulder. Very cool, Punexpected. Very, very cool. Here we have from Sumitha. Operation Lancaster preview tonight. I present the Omniscience Command vehicle. We've seen the renders and some photos of the miniature, but now we've got the artwork by Matt Plog. Oh boy. Don't have the energy to do a real write-up for the moment, so I'll just pull from the Metalcore Collectibles site. Hell, I wrote the lore for most of the things on the site anyway, so why not? The Omniscience Command vehicle is a descendant of the Oxen Heavy Hauler. The combination of the Omniscience tractor and trailer is a massive 80 tons, but this behemoth of a militarized lorry, interesting use of the word lorry, has proven itself time and time again. Just time it again. I added a time in there. In addition to being capable of coordinating a battalion of troops in combat, the Omniscience is designed to feed those troops during extended deployments. Some variants are equipped with state-of-the-art electronic warfare suites and even anti-missile systems. In addition to being heavily armored, this mobile command center carries enough firepower to defend itself against light attack, though it is generally considered vulnerable if left without heavily armed escorts. This is fucking cool. This is fucking cool. This is fucking cool. Oh, man. I just want to say something. Like, you know, painting, social media, streaming, we're all sort of grappling with it and interfacing in our own way. We're all out there trying to share our art with people or make our streams succeed in some cases or sell product or, you know, whatever hustle it is that we're doing. We're all doing our thing. And I mean, I've got my own goals, but the last 2 years, I've gotten to be here for some truly amazing things. And getting to see people, not just one artist with a vision, but multiple artists of different sorts. Sumitha with his writing and his imagination for the entire Operation Lancaster setting. Metalcore Collectibles with his incredible eye for detail and his unique industrial take on things. Matt Plog and his incredible ability to bring depth and dynamic motion to what would seem to be really, really simple hard surface renderings. Project Dark Fox and his unique approach to hard surface artwork, to mecha, and also to organic art. Kursala and his approach to tank design. Cav Tankerous. Not just painting, but design. Rockin' Robin with amazing, vivid colors and fantastic imagination and love of the DC universe. Mafik with his equally fantastic and unique imagination, the incredible texturing, heavily stylized art that he does. And there's so many more that I'm not naming right now. I am profoundly humbled to be in this group of people. Not like my name is plastered all over everything, but that doesn't mean a goddamn thing. I am humbled and honored. That doesn't even really accurately describe it. Y'all are the fucking best, and this is just like, this means so much to me. This means so much to me. Not the numbers, not the stream, not any of that shit, but this artwork here, the fact that this is the culmination of multiple creative minds coming together, and I don't have the words to express what I'm trying to say right now. I can open my mouth and I can say a lot of words about a whole lot of fucking nothing, and then when it comes time for me to really, really say something, I feel like I lose it. Sumitha, thank you for sharing this with us. And thank you for everything that you've shared with us. It's more than I ever could have hoped for, man. This is fucking amazing. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Here we have from Merlin Models working on some of the... What are these guys called? These are Negavolt cultists, I want to say. from the Blackstone Fortress board game from Games Workshop. These, I know the name of these because I have Blackstone Fortress. I never painted the models. I painted some of the heroes. These are my favorite models in that set. The Negavolt cultists. They're just so... They're honestly more imaginative than a lot of figures that game, like, I don't want to say that like Games Workshop doesn't have a lot of really, really talented creatives working for them, because they absolutely do. But I don't know, something about these really, really speaks to me. I never painted mine. I've got a group of them. I really should come back around to it at some point. I love the kind of pallid, nasty flesh tones we have at work here. I love how you've got some little red lividity around like their plugs and shit, like up in their scalps. And then we've got these weird cables reaching forward from their heads, and we have an interesting choice of the green and yellow on the cabling going into their weird little prods. Very cool work, Merlin models. Very, very cool work. A nice, vivid red, well shaded. Really good work on these, man. All they're missing. Yeah, I'm gonna be that guy, and I'm gonna say I wish you would do just one thing on them. I wish you'd do just one thing, and that's just a touch of OSL on these coils on their back. That's all they're begging for. They're begging for a splash of blue right here, and a little bit of OSL on these. Like, these rims around the coils are like purpose built to make OSL easy. Yeah, a goblin green base. That's obvious. I'm fucking talking. A square goblin green base. God damn it. That's what they need for Godaron. Why do I say things? Here we have from Arkrave. Or when your sandwiches need some special sauce. Why does the internet do these things? Is it just because on some level the person who did this knew that eventually someone would have a reaction like mine? Where right now, like, it's the opposite of your mouth watering. My mouth is actively drying up, and soon it's going to become difficult for me to even speak. God damn it, Arkrave. Let's keep going. Hey, what's up, Amateur Paint Hour? How you doing today? Yeah, because it's the internet. There you go. Project Dark Fox working on some fuzzy portraits for quickish cash. Just wanted to show off. Yeah, I've been looking at some of your recent work. You're doing the not doing your usual hardline style. It's pretty interesting. We have a panda lady going on here, who appears to have a sword stabbed into her skull. Perhaps the one true king of England will one day remove it. I really, really like here that little bit of gloss you've done on the lower lip, and I have to say that the eyes particularly stand out to me. It's a lovely color and well done without being too harsh. Nice, smooth shading across everything. Very, very nice, Project Dark Fox. Oh my god. I mean, I would also be shocked if I saw a rabbit lady. That would be, yeah. Hey, you know, Amateur Paint Hour, we don't shame here. We don't shame here, unless we're talking about the Shelf of Shame, in which case we all share that. I continue to, Project Dark Fox, I really have to say, I like the way you've been doing your eyes on these. They definitely stand out to me. And the nice soft shading works really nicely. It's good to see you exploring some new techniques, too. It's always good. The scene artist trying new things. Project Dark Fox, thank you for sharing. Coming down. Here we have from Kursala. With the help of Jungle Plague, I've been re-engineering parts of the Dauber so that I can finally finish the damn thing, man. I know the feeling. With the shoulder joint stolen straight off Thunderhead's trench foot, that's the name of it, as well as a repurposed version for the hips. This guy's about 30% leaner and probably runs faster too. Just needs a few tweaks to the leg and head. Be ready for some more testing. I'm glad that you, because yeah, I like this way of doing shoulder joints, and as I explained it to Kursala, it's mostly for flexibility, and it has to do with the fact that if your point of rotation is inset to your torso, your arm can never really cross your torso unless it's like right up in the front to the point that the inset actually cuts into the front of the torso, which is a way you can do it. You can put a ball joint so that the torso cuts in on either side. But if you don't want to do that, your only other real choice is to move the point of rotation out away from the body on the end of a short shaft. And then once it comes out, then you can reach the arm across the torso for posing reasons. And that was very, very important to me when I designed the trench foot. I wanted it to be able to actually reach across its torso to either aim or to like do the T-cut cradle on its gun arm, so I extended those outward. Thank you for that, Vergaderung. Thank you for raising the quality of discourse a little bit. Well, it's looking damn good. I particularly like how you built the hips on this guy. That's a nice touch. Very interested to see the final posed version of this, Kursala. Keep up the good work. Here we have from, Bahamut, he got his post in. Still had the images on my phone. Incoming, let's have a look at these here Necrons. Well, those are definitely Necrons. Kind of in a classic style, except you have what looks like a little bit of a coppery tone to them. Ooh, I dig it. Ooh, I dig it. I like how you've combined that sort of, I guess it's not as much copper. It's almost more bronzy, isn't it? It's not quite gold, but it has that sort of brown tone to it. Redder would be copper. It has a very bronze metallic look to it. You got a lot of shine on this paint. I'd be curious, are these just standard GW metallics? Because they're really shiny. That, or you've come in and you've done some highlights in silver, and they just read so naturally I can't quite tell. Love the green glow on all the weapons. This is an impressive looking Necron force. And you know, quality, or rather quantity, has a quality all its own, and seeing this many warriors, and immortals, and a lord, and a tomb spider. I don't know if that's a tomb spider. I don't know the name of any of the new Necron units. When I used to play, we had like flayed ones, tomb spiders, and pariahs, and that was it. But everything's like Scorpec Dectronomicon and shit these days, and I don't know the names of any of them. The three-legged dudes with the giant blades, I think those are maybe called Scorpec Destroyers? They're a really cool design. Just overall, a really, really neat look. This is a good example of a fairly simple paint job done well and effectively. Black, then zenithal metallic, then a bronze ink wash. Yeah, no, it reads really, really nicely. You don't have to do anything terribly complex, particularly when you're painting a whole lot of figures. But these, and the green is nice, bright, and vivid, and adds that splash of interest that each one of them need on their, what do they have? Gauss weapons, right? Gauss rifles? Gauss flayers? I can't remember what their weapons are called. Oh yeah, absolutely Amateur Paint Hour. Silver highlights on bronze. Keep them very, very small. Think of it as applying non-metallic metal painting techniques to true metallic metal paint. The little bits of silver to sort of direct the eye to where you want the highlight to be. You don't need much. You do not need much. Really nice work on this, Bahamut, and thank you for sharing this with us. Now, are these guys done? Are you planning to do any more work on them, like on the base? The bases are, if you put this in front of me and said complain about something, I'd say, well, the bases look like they're not done. The models look fantastic. Okay, so you still need to base them. You started painting in 8. Now, did you start painting models in general, like you've never painted before in April, or did you start painting this force in April? Yeah, I noticed that with like the silver over on the Scorpec Destroyer over. That's the Scorpec Destroyer, right? Is that what they're called? I apologize. My knowledge of Necrons is like 15 years out of date. Oh, you started painting in April. Well, if this is the first force you've done, Bahamut, this looks fucking phenomenal. Like, not even remotely kidding and not trying to blow any smoke up your ass. If this is the first force that you've done, or you just started in April, and this is even like the second force you've done, and you just happen to have painted a lot, like, this is really good. This is really good. Keep up the good work, because I was not producing content of this quality when I first started, man. That's fucking awesome, dude. If you and the wife can work on this together, turning this hobby into something that can bring a family closer together is it's just wonderful. It's just wonderful. Oh yeah, we got a 360. Let's have a look at it. Oh, I like the little splashes of red. The orb has some nice shading on it, too. Yeah, a little deeper on his bronze, it looks like. All in all, really nicely done. I'm trying to think. If I can make a recommendation to you, The green you're using is really vivid. It's really, really vivid. I think it's a great green to be using. Let me pull them back up real quick. Yeah, it needs a little something. So, I tell people this a lot. You can't be afraid of contrast. Contrast is what makes paint jobs like this work. So what I'm going to say is, like, let me pause this here. Like, across this blade, if you, for instance, had a fade from a really dark green down here going up to your lime green here, or reverse that. Dark green here on the flat of the blade, going down into the bright green here, and then dark green here on the edge of the blade, reversing that, going up to the bright green. That contrast would be so fucking cool looking given how the rest of the model looks. It would just add that little bit of depth to it. So, and I don't know if you're looking for advice. So if you're not, please disregard, please continue painting, please keep enjoying yourself. But if you're looking to push this a little bit using fairly simple techniques and to continue growing as a painter, I would recommend trying to get some more depth on the green blades using simple tricks like that. This is a good opportunity, particularly with big, broad, flat areas like this, to sort of learn techniques like glazing. And like, you don't necessarily have to do wet blending, but blending in general. But yeah, blending from almost a black green. I'm talking real dark green. All the way down here, and then the opposite here, just oppose them. So that when you've got a dark color here, you have a bright color here. And when you have a dark color here, you have a, not necessarily fully bright, but a brightish color here. It's just going to help the shape of the blade read better, and it's going to add a lot of pop to the whole army. It's fairly simple to do, and once you've practiced it a few times, you'll be able to do it really easily on things like the Skorpek Destroyer blades, the blades on the end of the Gauss rifle, stuff like that. It's just, it's a straightforward way to, because like, you've done it a little bit here on the orb, for instance, like this dark green down around his palm, work some of that in to the blade, you know? But that's, if you're looking for advice. I try not to necessarily give it when it's not asked for, but I just look at this and I think, like, if you punch that little bit up, like, these could go from good to pretty fucking great, man. Particularly if this is, like, really, really nice work, particularly just for getting started. Helped me out with a lot of the gems and shadows where you commented, oh, nice. She has an eye for it. Listen to that woman. I would say marry that woman, but it seems like you've already got that taken care of. And thank you for sharing. Bahamut, thank you for sharing, man. You just came in tonight, and this is your first time sharing. We're gonna be gone for the next week, and I'm sorry about that. But we stream 3 times a week, dude, and I would love to see some more of your work. So if you feel like coming back after the Thanksgiving holiday, I would love to see anything you've gotten done over that time period, dude. I would absolutely love to see it. Here we have from Papa Bear, where are the Xeon forces? These were fun to paint. On to the next set. Yeah. That particular, like... They're all Gundams, for God's sake. I know, Data Nerd, I know. I just, that's how I be. That's how I be, anonymous gifter. We have a phantom sub gifter, ladies and gentlemen. Well, enjoy your subscription, Bahamut. For while you've got it, means you won't have to watch commercials when you come back, and you can use our ridiculous voice commands, of which we have arguably way too many. This is some nice work.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Don't do it. We're on the internet, and I realize I'm asking people to send me pictures of things, and the first thing everybody thought of was their dick. Don't do it. For the love of God. Maybe help your wife with Slaneshi...
I suppose you could just go ahead and...
She's working on her own
paint
forces.
Anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I'd love to see anything you get done, Bahamut. You really are showing a lot of promise, man. It's easy to say, I'm gonna paint a bunch of mechs like they're, fucking Earth-fetty Gundams. But this is actually... He's pulled this off pretty well. This white has a nice kind of depth and texture to it. The panel lining, now this is assisted by the fact that Papa Bear and Machine God do really, really great sculpts with really, really great, crisp, deep detail, and these are all the sculpts that they have done. So the panel lining is fairly easy on these sculpts because they planned ahead for it. But I particularly like the use of the yellow on these proto Mad Cats on the cockpit glass right in the center, kind of replacing the usual panel of yellow. Simple, original Gundam. Yeah, it's not any of the complex later Gundams. It's all themed on the Gundam. The one singular original Gundam. Been sucked into old MMOs, and I need other things recently. Dude, painting is, in my opinion, and you know, spend your time however you want. Ultimately, spend your time however you want. Have fun with what you're doing. But painting is more rewarding than sitting around playing a video game. I play lots of video games, don't get me wrong, but painting is artistic growth most of the time, and I think that overall it's more enriching than when I sit around just clicking my mouse over and over again, unless I'm playing the Cycle Frontier, in which case everything I do is super duper important all the time. By the way, I don't know if you saw anybody who was playing, like Regatta Rung maybe, the Cycle. They have announced a closed beta 2, and I'm going to try to get in on that. They've shown a few screenshots of how they're changing the environments, and I'm very excited to see that. I really, really like the use of the sort of bronze copper on the gun barrels. It just adds in sort of a counterbalance to the yellow. Or, you know, I guess it doesn't really blend in with it, because the yellow is a bit more gold, and this is a little bit more red. It works wonderfully. Got analysis, paralysis, putting marine accessories. That is a problem I can sympathize with. I'm just going to tell you, Bahamut, don't overthink it, man. Do not overthink it. And I would say keep it simple, because I have been where you are, and I promise you, the fewer details you put on, like if you keep it to 1 per marine, the more visible they're going to be. When you have too many details on a model, they're all going to get kind of washed together, and you're not really going to see any of them. So I would say keep yourself to 1 special detail per marine. That's a good rule of thumb. Yeah, almost got a kind of a musket feel. I agree. To the Novacat arms. This really is a cool proto Mad Cat he's put together. And such an interesting basing scheme just using the symbols. I haven't seen many people doing that. We've seen Papa Bear do it a few times, and it's so cool looking. Can also be Hello Kitty. Look, I wasn't gonna point that out. You didn't have to tell anyone, Papa Bear. For the love of God. Papa Bear, by the way, you can feel free to drop a link to your Patreon here in chat. For those of you who don't know, all of these mechs were designed by Papa Bear and Machine God. He's still working with you, right? They have a whole lot of 3D printable mechs and some really, really cool designs. A lot of them based on the very, very popular older Xbox game Mech Assault. The particular proportions and designs that they had in Mech Assault. And such deep, crisp lines. I think they're really, really friendly to even newbie 3D printers if you have a resin printer. So definitely go check out their Patreon if you're interested in models like this. Really cool work. Really cool work, Papa Bear. But that's going to bring us to the end of tonight's stream. I didn't say the thing. I usually say the end of the Storm Report and the end of tonight's stream. God damn, I'm off. I'm off. It's terrible. So yeah, we're going on stream break for the next what would be 4 streams, folks. We're going to be back on the 30th. Let me figure out who we're raiding tonight, and then we'll hit that road. Well, you know what? I'm going to take a moment and talk about this before we start the raid, so that I don't get jammed and have no time to talk about it right at the last second. Yeah, the 21st, 23rd, 25th, 28th would normally be stream days. I will not be on. I'm going to be doing Thanksgiving stuff. There is a possibility of a stream kind of right in the middle there that will be Hethrir and I playing either Conquest or Warcaster. When that happens, I'll make sure that you guys know with at least a day or so that you can be ready if you want to hang out, if you want to jump into that. It's going to be mostly a tech test, I would not expect it to go smoothly, but I have an overlay, I have everything set up, I have everything working, so we're going to make sure that we can actually stream without any more technical problems cropping up, because streaming games is something that I want to do over the course of this next year, so we're going to be kind of ramping up into that. And as I can have more people out to visit me, I'd like to host more people for games in the Thunderhead game room. After that, we will be back Tuesday the 30th. I'm not sure what we're going to be painting. I'll announce it before we get to that. Thursday the 2nd, I'm looking to have another 3D modeling stream on my graphic tablet with ZBrush. And then Saturday, December the 4th, we are... hang on, is that true? I may change this. I may change the delayed movie night. I'll let you guys know with several days in advance. If you come to our movie nights on the Discord, if that's something that you're interested in, I'll be sure to post if we change this. But right now, plan on the next movie night being Saturday, December the 4th, and plan on the movie being the Fellowship of the Ring extended cut, because that's a Thanksgiving classic for me. And I can't explain why. It's what we do. I'm probably gonna paint some more tonight, Vergaderung. Let me have dinner and then I'll hit you back. I'll let you know if we're going to be playing something. WJ and I are going to be playing some more Aliens Fireteam Elite at some point next week. So, folks, if you have Fireteam Elite and you're looking to jump into a game, keep an eye on the Discord. I will announce a game night for that. We'll get in at least a couple of rounds, at least 1 or 2 full campaigns, because I need to try out some of the new stuff that they've released. Let me figure out who we are going to be raiding tonight. Who's doing what? Who's doing what? Thunderdome Drew is going. Oh, speak of the devil, there's Critical Role. Commander Mittens, Steep T. Oh, Thick Mike. Why don't we go over and see what Thunderdome Drew's doing? Looks like he's painting some salamanders. That's always a fun time. Hopefully we're talking about the Space Marines and not actually painting like little lizards. That would be strange. That'd be uncomfortable. Yeah. Let's move on. Folks! You guys are the best. You guys are the best. I have one of the best goddamn streams on Twitch. I have one of my favorite streams on Twitch, and it's not because of me, it's because of you. I just want to paint models, you guys. I just want to paint models, and I just want to play games, and the fact that you want to be here with me, painting and talking and watching movies and watching shows and doing art and sharing our enthusiasm for the more ridiculous things in life, it swells my heart, and not in a way that I need to be hospitalized for, thankfully. Not yet, anyway. We'll see about that. A huge thank you to everybody who joined me tonight. Guys, this has been a fantastic stream. I got a decent amount of work done, and you know what? That's enough for me. And a huge thank you to everybody who posted in the Storm Report. We had some new posters. It was great to see you guys. Please continue sharing with us, because sharing your art is important. It really, really is. It's how we grow. A huge thank you, as always, to my amazing mod team who make all of this possible. Make some noise for Thunderdome Drew, folks. I will see you fine folks next week, and then again on the 30th, so until then, keep on painting.